Because
It's April Fool's Day. The Joker.
that's
No?
What?
You don't. The joke. People play jokes on April. No?
The joke's on us, I guess.
No? Why not? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
was this.
Well, let's start with it's obvious. It's way too obvious.
It wasn't
What's wrong
obvious
with
to me. I couldn't figure out why you'd want to do that because I guess my whole.
Okay, what would you do for April Fool's Day?
Nothing.
Well, here's what I,
Zero.
here's what I had lined up, which was on this day in 1991.
Yes.
Ned's Atomic Dustbin released their debut studio album, Godfather.
Where'd you get
Oh well.
that?
Oh well. Anyway, that Joker's better choice than that.
Featuring Kill Your Television, Happy
Kill
Until You Find
Your-
Out, and Grace L. Green.
Yeah.
Television.
So, Gina, go ahead. That was better choice than
Think so?
Ned's Atomic.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. I don't.
mean, I know we're not going to do anything else for April Fool's Day.
No, I am.
So. You
listen,
are?
At sometime today, during the show, I will tie your shoelaces together without you knowing it.
Without me knowing
Yep.
it.
Without you knowing it, so that when you get up and start to walk, you're going to fall down.
You do realize that may require you to get onto the ground, just so you know.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, I'm willing to go all the way.
And be in the same room.
Yeah, you bet. So just you'll know.
It's coming.
You'll never ever know I was there. I shouldn't have said that because
No,
now you're
no.
going to be distracted all morning trying to wait for that moment when I'm there. But you won't catch me. And then you'll get up to you're going to get up to go to the bathroom or let your dog out or something. You're going to fall flat on your face because I've tied your shoelaces together.
It's hilarious.
That's my. So I do that to people every year. So I love that. Yes, you'll. Now you don't hear it. It used to be we could predict with confidence that there would be some morning show in the country in trouble because they had done a April Fool's stunt that they thought would be really funny and ended up either causing thousands of dollars in damage or harming people physically.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't, but it seems to me we don't hear that.
Well, because
about
Bill,
that
there
much
are only
anymore.
4 morning shows in the country anymore.
Yeah, it
So
Yeah, and
soon to be
and,
3
and
morning shows.
and they're all too old to even want to do anything. I can't.
Yeah, they're stunt boys old. Everybody.
Yeah.
I think
All right.
I think it started about the time of We for a We. The lawsuits
Maybe, yeah.
and everything. That was about the time that management sat down with their morning shows and said, "Look, you're costing us a fortune."
We for a We was a woman died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The contest was who can drink the most water and not go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And if hold it, and drink all this water. Whoever lasted would get this Wii game console.
That's how old that story is.
I don't
Is how
even
old are the
remember
Wiis.
what that game console was exactly.
It was an active one. You
It's a
could
Nintendo.
bowl and play tennis and
It was
How do
very
you know
popular.
that?
It was very popular in old folks' homes.
it was.
Yeah, it was. I'm just wondering how Gina knew. Oh, that's how Gina knew that because it was popular in old folks' homes where they don't get much activity.
It's like going bowling without going bowling.
Gina checks into every year. Once a year, Gina calls an old folks' home and said, "Can I come now?" And they say, "No, not yet."
That's a whole Simpsons episode where Homer discovers
Homer
how
wants to-
wonderful it is to live in an old folks' home.
If I were younger, I'd be able to remember that.
Where you just pee in a bag and they bring you your food and you watched. He loved it. He wanted to stay there.
That was funny too, probably. So anyway, watch it. Your shoelaces. Anyway, I spent the entire day yesterday. Well, a good portion of the day yesterday with computer people at PC Laptops. They're a special breed.
They love you.
You know, I have to say, now I've always gone to the downtown PC Laptops. It's between 7th
State
and 8th
Street.
South on between 7th and 8th on State Street. And you know, and they really are always great. Now they were having trouble yesterday, you know, getting my computer fixed and getting things situated, and there was one problem that one guy couldn't solve, and then the next guy couldn't solve, and then 3 guys were working on it, and they said, and I'm there for hours, you know, and then they finally said, we called Jason. Jason will know what to do.
Jason? We're never supposed to call Jason unless it's serious.
Yeah. So they
You
called
call him.
Jason.
I'm not going to call him. No, you call him.
And at about 7 o'clock at night, Jason walked in the door just as one of the guys went, "I got it! I figured it out!" I'm not kidding you. Oh, hi, Jason. We figured it out.
You summoned Jason and then he didn't need
Told
Jason?
you never to call me unless it was absolutely
No,
necessary.
Jason was really nice, and you could tell was one of those people who. So he came over and checked all their work and everything. You could tell Jason is one of those computer nerds who. That's his life. He when he's at home he does it. He never stops fiddling around with computers. You can just that's the kind of person it takes sometime, because the way these are set up is stupid.
The way computers are set up is stupid?
Yeah, because of Microsoft security and all of this stuff. It's just nonsense. And the guys at this PC Laptop say most of this is caused by nonsense from Microsoft and servers, and you know they get exasperated with it, and you know it was a horrible day. Except I liked hanging around with those guys.
But whatever it is, you were up and running now. You're
I think
good
so.
to go.
I have a new camera. I don't know what that's like.
It looks good.
It's clearer, yeah.
Does it look okay?
I don't know if that's what you want. It's clearer.
Yeah.
You want it to be fuzzier?
I don't really want people to see all of those flaws, do I?
Well, you've been playing with the blur in the background and all that stuff. I can really see you clearly. There's a little much headroom right now. You could lower the
Put it
headroom.
down just a little bit.
What? So there's not enough headroom?
No,
or
there's too much headroom. Yeah, I can see too
There's
much
all
ceiling.
kinds of ceiling, yeah.
Not enough build, too much ceiling.
I see. Well, in the commercial break, I'll see if I can make it. I could probably just do this, and let's see.
It's
if that works.
x96.com/live. Yeah, that's where
There we
you
go.
That's it.
There you go. That's better.
Okay. I know what I'm doing.
Sure.
Don't try to tell me I don't know what I'm doing.
I didn't. You do.
You were gonna.
No, you got this.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for your confidence.
So we're so it's Friday.
Yeah.
We're not going to address April Fool's Day
No.
No, we've already moved past it.
because it's
Except-
amateur night.
Except for when Bill sneaks into
Well, I
our
would
houses and ties our shoes together.
I would just say when we go to commercial break, I know, Jeannie, you're going to jump up and go do something. I would just caution you, be really careful,
Okay.
because I might have tied your shoelaces together. As my April Fool's joke.
Well, that's some quality farting around, I'd say.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, I suppose we could get this over with.
Oh, okay, I'm for that. As a matter of fact, if there was only some way I could blink my eyes and have it be 10 o'clock, Because I also, when I got home, I was then up till 10:30 last night,
Yeah, because you got to
reloading stuff and resetting stuff, and it's still not quite back together the way it should be, but there we go. So anyway, let's go for your check-ins, shall we? We need more men listening to this station. No, that's probably not true. We need to prove that.
That's it.
That we know that there are a lot of men who listen to this show. But we need to prove that because people will not take us at our word. So check
We need
in.
data.
Yeah. Check in 877-602-9696. Check into the Radio from Hell show, and particularly if you're a fella, if you're a guy, if you're a man, if you're a buddy, if you're a pal, check in at 877-602-9696. Although we love hearing from the women too, don't get me wrong, but just as a sort of a so we can say, see, we told you, because this is.
I know how to get men in here.
How?
Yeah?
Here
What?
we go.
What? Yeah. That's like honey to a fly.
This will bring the boys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Come on in, boys.
Yep. That's the way you do it.
So check in with us, 877-602-9696. And every man who checks in, every one of them, we will give you a Radio from Hell game bag for free.
Need to.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Pork Rind, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Pork Rind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangepork.
Hello, elders.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah. Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as.
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the field.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I
Begin to assault our guest with karate chops. Hi!
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen.
No, what I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Oh, Captain Hogthrob can marry people! You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie!
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders.
All right, 6:19. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, I'm for that. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. I understand we have three men standing by to talk to us, so let's get to it, Gina.
Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The moon is heading inexorably toward being a full moon. Right now, though, it's a waxing crescent, just 0.2% of full. The moon will rise today at 7:39 a.m. Today being Friday, it's the first day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is April Fool's Day. And it's also the most entertaining radio show in the history of broadcasting, Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Elmer Jackson, Reddy Ralph Allred, and the Genius Genie, Gina Barberi. April Fool. April Fool. It's Radio from Hell. Lords of Morning Radio. Kerry Jackson. Aren't you glad your name isn't Elmer?
Huh.
Elmer
Yes.
Jackson?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Kerry
Bill-
wishes his name were something else, but not Elmer.
Not Elmer. No, I would not.
Now I've grown to accept the fact that my real first name is in fact is Ralph, and I don't mind that. When I was younger, I thought, well, I was ashamed of that name,
Oh.
and shame on me, because that's what I was named after my grandfather. My middle
It was an
name
honor.
My middle name is William. That's where we get Bill, and that's what everybody called me when I was a kid. And then Gina Barberi, that's just plain Gina, right? Although some people say your name differently or spell it weird, and it seems simple to me. It's just Gina.
Yeah, no, I get Jeanna. I get all kinds of
Yeah.
See, until I met you, I didn't know there were other ways to spell Gina.
I
didn't
You know?
either.
There aren't.
There
Everybody
really
else is
aren't.
wrong.
Yeah. And Katie for short is our producer in Salt Lake. Now, Katie, as long as we're talking about names, her name is spelled Katie in a way that you don't see it spelled.
No.
Because it's Caitlin.
Yeah, it
That's
follows
why.
my traditional spelling because I have the traditional Irish spelling of Caitlin. So I dropped the Lynn and just put a Y.
Which I would you mind if I called you Caitlin?
If you want to, that's up to you.
But I'd have to drop Katie for short and just call you Caitlin.
That's up to you. Everybody knows me as Katie for short here, but
and then does anybody ever ask you what for short is?
no. And I think
short for Caitlin.
I think most people understand it's probably Caitlin, or
okay.
I guess it could be Catherine, but.
And then we have Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out in the producer's booth as well. And now we go to your check-ins.
All right, so let's get this parade of men rolling through here. Let's go with Ryan, first of all.
Good morning, Ryan.
Morning.
Ryan, you sound like a masculine man.
Oh, he's at the drive-up.
I am. I'm actually a man that listens to the show.
Okay.
Yeah. Every morning.
It takes a man to listen to this show. How long have you been listening, Ryan?
The Radio from Hell is strong enough for a man, but it's made for a woman. That's
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yes, Ryan.
I'm KJQ old. Bessie the Milk Beast.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty old. Listen, would you like one of our tool bags?
Oh, yeah, I'd love a tool bag.
Okay, radio. It's a Radio from Hell tool bag, favored by tools everywhere.
Hang on the line, we'll get your
Some days I feel
information
like a
from
tool.
Yeah.
Ask any tool you happen to see.
That's right.
What's the best bag? Radio from Hell, definitely. No, that doesn't work.
No.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
Ryan,
you, Ryan.
anything
Hang
you
on.
want to add, or we'll just put you on hold?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Ryan. Hang on.
hold. Okay.
All right. Let's go to Marcello.
Hey, Marcello.
Hello.
Hello.
It's Marcello, by the way, but
Marcello.
that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, it is Marcello, although is the Italian spelling. So in Italy, it would
Well,
be
but see,
Marcello, right?
This is the same spelling. I used to date a girl, and her father was named Marcello, and he said Marcello.
Yeah.
And that's how.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's why I said
I'll
it.
go by Marcello then. You can call me that.
Oh,
Okay.
you just switched right away.
I think
He's
it's
Chilean,
odd.
though, is the thing.
I think it's odd that you have never heard somehow. You've never heard Marcello?
I've heard Marcello from teachers. They've called me that before.
Okay. All right. How old are you,
Yeah,
Marcello?
for sure. I'm actually going to be turning 29 on the 23rd.
Congratulations.
Happy birthday.
What do you do?
Thank you. I actually I drive for a company, and I drive older people to their hospital appointments when they can't do it for themselves. A lot of like wheelchair vans and things like that.
That's good work, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily manly work, but
Sure it is. That's you gotta help. There's heavy wheelchairs and things. You gotta.
men don't give a rat's ass about helping the infirm. They can help
I hold
themselves.
plenty of old ladies' arms and help them inside to the hospitals.
That's manly.
Well, you're too kind to be manly.
It's better than manly. It's gentle manly.
Oh.
Yes.
nice.
Yes.
All right.
I'm also a stay-home father after that too.
All right.
Would
Thank
you
Marcello.
would you like a Radio from Hell stay-at-home father bag?
Absolutely. I'll put all the diapers and everything in there.
All right.
Excellent.
Hang on the line, and
Hang
we'll
on.
make sure you get one, Marcello.
All right. Let's go to Luke.
Hey, Luke.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy. How are you, man?
Doing good.
Good. What do you do, Luke?
I don't like your fake man voice, Bill. I don't like
I umpire softball, and I deliver and install appliances.
that is all very manly. Every
No,
bit of that.
wait a minute. The only thing that can make that better is if you umpired hardball.
I do that too.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good.
Because they aren't the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then he definitely needs a ball bag, is what he
That's
Yes.
right.
The balls
yeah.
and the little dusty thing to dust off the plate. You got to put that in the bag. You
Okay, Luke, we're going to make sure you get a Radio from Hell ball sack. Anything you'd like to add to this manly conversation, Luke?
No, you guys are awesome.
Thank you, Luke.
Oh, by
Hang on the
God.
line.
By God, we're going to give you 2 ball sacks.
Thank you, Luke. All right.
See?
Checking in from Omaha Airport, heading back to Utah. This is Zach, totally a man, checking in before work. I'm a librarian, but you could say I work in construction if that helps.
Yeah, a male librarian, no.
Clint here, named after Eastwood.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I've been listening since the pre-Gina KJQ days. I'm an Ogden boy who made it out alive and currently streaming and podcasting you every day.
Excellent.
you.
Excellent.
Can Marcello help me to my MRI appointment this morning? Someone wants to know.
Marcello, go pick up this
There you
friend
go,
of the
Marcello.
program.
Help these people out. Let's see. I'm a manly listener, and I got my Samoa's Girl Scout cookies.
Again, manly.
I did too, finally.
Did you finally?
A listener got them for me.
That's nice.
Did the rumors of there being a shortage turn out to not be true?
No, there's still a shortage. Just
Yeah,
some people knew how to find the right Girl Scout.
You-
Work in
you-
the system.
That must have been what happened with me because I got like 6 boxes of them.
yeah, you got to know how to tap into the Girl Scout network to get this.
Well, let's close off with Cement Dave. That's pretty manly fellow,
You
Cement
bet
Dave.
it is.
All
All
right.
right.
Cement Dave, hello.
Buenos ding dong diddly dios.
Dave, are you going to be doing some cement work today?
Always building the foundations of society.
What a man. What a man.
None of us would be here without the cement provided by Cement Dave.
Now, you know, we love the women who listen to our show.
We do.
But it's come to our attention that somebody believes we don't have enough men listening.
There,
And
we
so-
just proved it right there.
Yeah, that's it. Several men. Thanks for proving it. Help proving it, Dave.
Anytime.
Hang on, Dave. We'll get you a cement bag. There you go. Put your trowel in there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Your finishing equipment.
All right. Let's see. My middle name is Leonard, named after my father. It's a name that will die in my family with me. Okay.
Oh, I would never pass that along to anybody.
Well, Leonard's not horrible.
Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
Lenny.
Metal Shop Mark here checking in. Let's see. Yeah, all right.
all those men.
Yeah, there we go. See, to all you naysayer who say that we don't have enough men.
There, see? Proof.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Oh, let's see. Things are good. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and there are no incidents being reported there. Perhaps you have something to report. The way you do that is you text it to us. Only if it's safe for you to text, though, 33986.
All right. Let's see. I'm returning a message to Mike. He says, I work in a tea house. Can I get a good old Radio from Hell tea bag? And I told him, well, you better check it on Monday and we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not teabagging anybody.
All right. Let's see. We've got Sean Means reviewing movies coming up at 7 o'clock. I wonder if he'll have a review of Morbius.
I've seen nothing but awful about that. Nothing but, like, worst movie ever.
Geek Show was calling this when it was announced.
Really?
You know, we were like,
there's no way this will be good?
There's no way this will be good. Because
It's vampires. People love vampires.
People do love vampires, but this is
I don't even know. I have no idea what it is.
Again, he's a C-list, D-list Spider-Man villain, and then became a hero, and then it's a whole thing. All right, but maybe he'll review it coming up. If not, I'm sure he'll review something, the movies that are opening this weekend. Best question of the week is on the way. You want to send that in to us, Radio from Hell at x96.com.
Flay. Flay. Spell it with me now. F-L-A-Y. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as LeVar and Legrand have gone to the food court at the mall for lunch. Again, the word is flay.
Oh, I am full. That was a mighty good meal, LeVar.
Pretty good.
Hey, you think that me having a large order of chili cheese fries at the A&W was good for me?
Well, I don't know if it's good for you or bad for you, but you eating them is bad for me.
What?
I mean, we're going to have to drive home with the windows of the pickup rolled down for sure. What a smell.
Sorry. Well, I wonder if them fries was good for Mart. I'm kind of getting chest painy since I ate them.
Probably just some big old gas bubble trapped near your left ventricle. You know, you should have what I had for lunch. A hard, healthy sandwich from Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
Eating them fries was worse for you than eating a big old hunk of filet mignon. All that fry grease is going to go right to your arteries.
Oh, hey, how come they call a filet mignon a filet mignon?
I don't know. I guess because it's a flame-broiled piece of meat that is so thick and heavy that when you eat it, you get sleepy and start to yawn. Therefore, i.e. and etc., a filet mignon.
Oh, filet mignon.
Yeah, filet mignon.
Ooh, looky here. Here's a blood pressure machine here to the drugstore in the mall. Let's see. Let's pop in a quarter, and I'll check my blood pressure. See if them fries has pushed it up any.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sort of not feeling too good.
Put the quarter in there, then. Put it in. Go.
You have to squeeze your forearm a little. You must be absolutely still, but relaxed during the test.
it means it's going to squeeze your arm there.
What's it doing now? It's like clamped down on me like some kind of ferocious animal.
I don't know. What? Oh my God! What's this flashing light mean?
I don't know, but
it's flashing real fast.
It feels like my heart is starting to speed up really fast.
You don't look so good, LeGrand.
I'm feeling kind of weak and pale, like.
What? You're pale. You're drooling. What's wrong with you?
I'm not feeling too well. Get my arm out of here.
I can't get your arm out. It's stuck on there.
Can't take this anymore. It's squeezing my arm too hard. I'm feeling faint. Everything's going kind of black.
Somebody call the paramedics.
Test is finished. I will display the results. You may remove your forearm. I didn't get enough information that time to give you accurate readings for everything. If you want to try again, push the start button to begin the test.
No fetching way. I'm not going through that again.
Well, said you didn't get it right the first time.
I'm not going through that again. Let's just run over to the Chick-fil-A and get me a soft serve ice cream.
Okay.
All right, 7 o'clock, we have Sean Means reviewing movies. Have another drink with Jimmy at 8 o'clock. Oh, did you get your beverage on the porch?
I did. Now, it was not labeled, and I haven't looked at the material yet, but I drank it. I think I know what it was.
I don't think you were supposed to just drink that.
Why?
Well, I mean,
you're supposed to mix it with something.
I mean, you can.
No.
You can, but...
No, it's fine.
No.
Well,
we'll let Jimmy explain.
It is a cordial. It is an aperitif. Mm-hmm. It's something that you can eat. As a matter of fact, you probably mostly would drink straight.
Well, we'll find out when Jimmy gets here.
You want to bet, Gina?
Oh, Jesus.
I've always had it in things. Anytime I have had that, it's been in things.
Do you want to bet, though?
Bet that it's okay to drink it straight, or that it's
that it mostly is. Yes, that it mostly is.
Okay, yes, straight. I will take that bet.
Okay,
Jesus.
You buy me a bottle of it. If I'm right. Okay.
All right. Is there any sponsorable content happening here?
Let's see. Let me check on that. Oh, I want to tell you a bunch of stuff about Bruce Willis here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Bruce Willis may even be needing one. Yeah. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
Bruce Willis's daughter, Scout, is grateful, she says, for the outpouring of love that she and her family have received since disclosing that her father, Bruce, has stepped away from show business, from acting, and he has aphasia. Quote, "The exquisite outpouring of love that I am experiencing right now is blowing me away," she wrote on Instagram. Thank you for all showing up and for tenderness and stunning love for my daddy-o and for my whole family. They announced in a statement posted to social media earlier this week that the legendary actor would step away from acting because of aphasia, which is a medical condition that can affect a person's ability to speak, to write and to understand language, both verbal and written. The director, Kevin Smith, has apologized to Bruce Willis for comments he made about Bruce in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't see the news, Kevin posted, long before any of the cop-out stuff, I was a big Bruce Willis fan, so this is really heartening to read. He loved to act and sing, and the loss of that has to be devastating for him. I feel like an a-hole for my petty complaints back in 2010. So sorry to Bruce Willis, so sorry to his whole family.
And he's on record as...
Yeah, Smith said that Bruce Willis was an a-hole. He was impossible to deal with, wouldn't even sit for a poster photo shoot, just impossible to deal with.
The Razzies have rescinded Bruce Willis's Golden Raspberry Awards. The Razzies are taking back, they're also taking back their nomination of Shelley Duvall for her performance in The Shining, which I thought was just fine, but they're taking back that Razzie. These are negative awards because she's obviously suffering right now from a mental break, a break from reality.
Well, they also said the reason that they pulled the Shelley Duvall one was, we didn't know at the time, but we found out how, what a dick the director was to her. It just made her life a living hell.
Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah.
So now, Gina, you have somewhere and somehow gleaned from all of this that you believe that Bruce Willis's management team has been using him.
Well, there's a big article in the LA Times, actually.
Okay.
There's thoughts that he has been declining for some time, and that his management has been trotting him out and propping him up to try to make as much money as they can from him while he still was sort of able to act.
Why didn't his family put a stop to that?
I guess that's what finally happened.
Is the implication that his family also said, well, we sure could use the money. Let's do it.
I mean, that's not what they said. They said it seemed to be more management, and that management was, for years, has hired all kinds of helpers for him, people to feed him lines.
And his family said, we thought they were doing that just because he was important.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much the family knew or didn't know, but if you look at, like I brought this up yesterday, if you look at his IMDb, there's like 10 movies that are in post-production right now, and there's another 15 or 20 that he has done in the last just couple of years. Well, all stuff you've never heard of.
Well, those movies, those people that are all involved in the post-production stuff, they're out of jobs. So maybe they'll get another person to take to be the Bruce Willis part.
But they said even the way that they've been doing it for the last couple of years with people feeding him lines, and he had a body double doing almost everything and cutting down his parts smaller and smaller and smaller, it finally got to the point where he couldn't do anything.
As a matter of fact, they said he wasn't really in the last four or five movies at all. He was not there. It was somebody else.
Now, see, everybody looks at it that I get the feeling that Bruce is the kind of person who would say, let's crank these out, let's get the money so that we can take care of me and you guys for quite some time. I don't know. I could be
wrong. Now, I watched an interview with Gabby Giffords this morning. Mm-hmm. Gabby Giffords and her speech therapist. Gabby Giffords has aphasia. Mm-hmm. Now, she has it because she got shot in the head is why she has it. But she and her speech therapist explaining what it is, what it feels like, and Gabby saying, my mind is fine. I know the words I want to say. Mm-hmm. I just can't get them out. I just can't.
A story for you, Gina. A tourist in Puerto Rico, and there is video of this, was snorkeling. And when she got out of the water, something was hurting her ear. Mm-hmm. Very painful. Mm-hmm. And she said, I don't know, it feels like there's something in there. Mm-hmm. And there is video of them with a pair of tweezers working. And finally, a little crab comes popping out of her, a live crab comes popping out of her ear. You can tell they're kind of tugging on it with the tweezers, and they don't want to tug too hard. I think they can tell what it is. And they don't want to tug too hard because they don't want to kill it and have it die in her ear. And finally, you could tell the crab has just had enough of this crap, and it comes like popping out of her ear and running away.
This is why I don't snorkel.
I was going to say, this doesn't affect Gina. She will never go into the ocean. So.
No. That's where the creatures are.
Utah's Department of Health is reporting 140 new COVID-19 cases and no new deaths as of Thursday. The only reported death occurred prior to February 28th. And Gina, if you feel that way about going into the ocean because there are things that could crawl into you, don't ever go to sleep either. You should really never go to sleep, okay?
I put earplugs in every night so things don't climb in my ears.
Do you put in a mouth guard?
Mouth guard.
I shouldn't out you like this, but Gina has a stopper for every open orifice in her body. Every single one. Every night she plugs them up. Plugs them all up.
All the bases.
Senator Mike Lee says he's worried about the future of journalism in America. And you know why he's so worried right now? Because AT&T has decided to boot Channel One America News, the One America News Network, the far-right lying channel that should not have the name news in its title. They're taking it off They're taking it off their platforms. AT&T is. He wants to know if the move is the result of a partisan decision. Maybe.
I want to know, Mike Lee, what about the phone call that Donald Trump called you on January 6th, and that you told newspaper reporters that happened, and that does not appear in the log anywhere.
And you know what? I finally do agree with Mike Lee on something. I too am worried about the future of journalism, not for the same reasons that he is, though.
I also, I got this story. I looked at this story from October of 2020. Mike Lee created an uproar on Twitter for his tweets during and after a vice presidential debate, the vice presidential debate that was held here, I believe, particularly his declaration, well, we're just not a democracy anymore. The senator, who is in isolation in Washington after testing positive for coronavirus, now this is October of 2020, began live tweeting by welcoming the candidates to, quote, the most beautiful state in America, and spoke about Utahns' voracious Jell-O appetite.
I don't remember the last time I had Jell-O.
That's one of those things that you say about Utah to be funny. You know, they like Jell-O. We're not a democracy, he wrote on Twitter. And he said democracy isn't objective. Liberty, peace, and prosperity are. And he misspelled prosperity.
Of course he did.
And he does not understand what freedom of the press is and what liberty is.
Why do conservatives turn off their spell check?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it has to be conscious.
There is a spell check on Twitter, though. I mean, you can...
I have spell check in my computer and my phone, and anytime I use it, I have spell check.
Yeah, I've got a program that spell checks on everything that I do. But occasionally it does get by. Yale, the School of Management, has listed 2 Utah companies as well. They've given one Utah company an F and one a D because they are both operating in Russia. They are continuing to operate in Russia. The Yale School of Management listed these 2 companies as of 38 continuing business as usual in Russia. And what do you have any idea what those 2 companies are?
No idea.
No.
doTERRA and Young Living Essential Oils.
Of course.
I should have guessed. If I'd taken half a second, I would have gotten it.
It's black or white, said Ivan Bagmet, who moved to Utah from Ukraine after Russia's attack on that country. It's black or white, asserting any company keeping business in Russia is prolonging the war and is complicit in the death of innocent people, including children. So many big companies are getting out of Russia, he said. He also made a direct plea to consumers of any firm that maintains business there. Don't buy their stuff. Don't buy it, said Bagnet, whose parents in Ukraine are close to 70 years old and have medical conditions which leave them homebound. It's no medication. Sometimes it's no lights. There's no food, he said. The essential oils companies provided a comment to 2 News. We condemn the abhorrent violence we are witnessing and have suspended significant operations and new business investments in Russia. That's according to Young Living, while dedicating major resources to Ukraine relief efforts. A spokesman for doTERRA said it also has provided significant humanitarian aid, and that may be the case. But apparently, according to the Yale School of Management, they're also doing business as usual. Bob Iger he's the
former head of
Disney. Was on CNN's New Day program, and he was talking about the parental rights in education bill signed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. When you're dealing with right and wrong, or when you're dealing with something that does have profound impact on your business, I just think you have to do what's right and not worry about the potential backlash to it. So he's talking about Disney has said they've come out strongly now opposing essentially the Don't Say Gay legislation in Florida. They have opposed it, and there are Disney employees who are warning that this will have great economic consequences for the company. It will hurt the company economically. Well, Iger says this is an issue where you should take a stand and take your lumps. If it does have an impact economically, so be it. And I do this story kind of in relation to the Young Living and doTERRA story that we just had. Disney employees they're saying that a lot of people are going to stop coming to the parks because, particularly Florida, because Disney has said we are opposed to that legislation. I think they're wrong. I think that Americans and tourists will not give up their entertainment, even if they think it's a moral issue.
No,
they'll post on Facebook about it, but then they'll go.
Yeah. I'd like it if they did, because that would give me a reason to go back to Disney World. You know, there's less of them there. You know,
and then finally this, Dairy Queen. I love a brown topper from Dairy Queen, but they've introduced new Fruity Blast dipped cones as part of a larger spring treat collection. New Fruity Blast dip cones, soft serve ice cream, dipped in a light purple fruity cereal flavored cone dip. So
it's like Fruity Pebbles. Okay.
So they've got and it's that same kind of hard shell. They take the soft serve ice cream and they dip it, and it makes quickly a little hard shell around the ice cream. Gina, they also have added a new s'mores shake, marshmallow, graham, and chocolate shavings blended with the brand signature soft serve ice cream. Oh, my goodness. And poolside punch twisty misty slush. This would be good, actually. Ice cold layers of blue raspberry and fruity pink punch.
But I don't know where to find a Dairy Queen. Like, they're all closed.
There's one next to Dr. Cobble's office.
Yeah.
Is that still open? Okay.
Yeah. There's several. There are several around.
Just Dairy Queen near me, you'll find it.
I'm tempted to go to the Dairy Queen There's one at the Beaver Valley Chevron. Drive down there.
All right. Okay. Sports weather traffic.
Well, I'm just appalled at Jeopardy. Just appalled. So they had a clue in a question, $800 clue. Nobody got this.
What was it?
Here it is. See if you can get. Do you know this already?
Okay, let's see if I can get it. It's Bo Jackson. I saw it already. What was the question, though? I didn't read it, or the answer.
He won the Heisman at Auburn, ran for 221 yards in one game for the Raiders, and was an American League All-Star.
I wouldn't have got it.
You wouldn't have got it, the football and the baseball together?
No. Now I know the name Bo Jackson, and I know he was, but I didn't really know those.
Yeah, none of that means anything to me either. I just would not have answered.
Professional football and professional baseball play. You don't.
Now that you say it, I remember. Yeah, but I probably wouldn't have gotten it either.
No clue. None of that means anything.
So I don't. That's why I just kind of skipped over the story. I thought, well, I don't blame them. They didn't get it either.
The answer might have just been the sounds of a chicken clucking, and I wouldn't have
Okay.
Gina, you should go on Jeopardy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm taking from this.
Well, no, they're not going to ask this question again. I would have got this.
That's the only one you can do.
That's the only one I can do.
Okay. She's not Wheel of Fortune smart. She's Jeopardy smart. Celebrity Jeopardy? No, regular Jeopardy. What was on the Simpsons last night?
The Jazz, they snapped a 5-game skid. Now, can you guys figure out what that means?
Lost. They won. They had 5 games of streak of losing, but they won.
There you go, 122-109 over the Lakers.
We just say loss instead of skid? I don't know.
They play the Warriors tomorrow at 6:30, and Real Salt Lake on the road at Colorado. That game is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Mm-hmm. Weather, beautiful weekend. How about that? Sunny today, 58. Then we warm up to 67 tomorrow, 63 on Sunday. Slight chance of a storm coming through on Monday, but you're going to have a beautiful weekend, it looks like. Just one crash to tell you about. I-15 southbound approaching 90th South exit in Sandy. The car's on the right shoulder. That's the only accident being reported by UDOT. Maybe you're seeing something that needs reporting. If you see something and it's safe for you to text, you can send it in to us at 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means, I believe, is in studio and is ready to review movies, including Morbius. Is that a yes? Okay. And we'll have that for you coming up. Stand by. X96.
They cataloged 1,568 serials, released over 150 years, and then let people vote on which one is the best serial in history.
In history.
So not current serial, just
the greatest serials of all time.
I know you feel strongly about that.
I do.
Over 500,000 people voted.
This was a good list.
Do you agree with the findings?
I do.
Okay.
There's a top 50. Oh, no, there's a top 100.
Top 100.
Number 100 at the very bottom got 2,229 votes. I don't know as I've ever even heard of Vanilla Crunch.
It no longer exists.
Yeah, some of these are gone.
It was a Captain Crunch line.
Okay.
And the mascot was a white whale. But it was delicious. It was just little vanilla balls.
Sounds good.
They were just delicious. So good.
I remember the little white whale.
Yeah.
Now, do
really
you
yummy.
Grins, Smiles, and Giggles and Laughs?
Yes.
That's 99. Never heard of it.
It's a kind of a sugary corn-based cereal. It's shaped like Smiles.
Okay.
All right, the top 10.
All right.
Number 10, with 5,051 votes,
Wheat Chex.
Again, a good utility cereal.
I like
no Cocoa Puff.
Yeah.
Number 9. Puffa Puffa Rice.
Again, regional.
Yeah.
They didn't poll me on this.
Well, wait.
You know, Gina, there's a reason people don't poll you. No one cares for your opinion.
Well, so far this top 10 sucks.
Number 8, and you've been urging me to get to it. I've been doing the entertaining part of the list. Now we get to the sucky part.
Okay.
I knew what I was doing. Number 8, Rice Crinkles. See
I don't
again.
know that one either.
Number 7, Concentrate. What's Concentrate?
I have no idea. That one I've not heard
Is
of
this
that
a
one.
British list?
I don't
No, because
recognize the...
because Weetabix is not on the list.
No.
Number 6, Wheaties. Number 5, Captain Crunch. Number 4, Honey Nut Cheerios.
Delicious.
Number 3, a good cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Always good. You like that
I
one.
like that one.
Yeah.
Number 2, they're great.
Frosted Flakes.
And number 1.
The absolute correct answer.
No, and I don't get this, but I know you love this cereal. Quisp.
Quisp. I nearly wore my Quisp watch today because of that.
A cereal that should come back, right?
It shows up every now and then.
Yeah.
All right, is this a sponsored feature, Gene?
Yes, for over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Well, that music can mean only one thing. Sean Means has entered the building, and now he's standing at a microphone ready to review movies. Sean is the culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune, also a movie reviewer, and you can find all of Sean's collected works at moviecricket.net. Good morning, Mr. Means.
Good morning.
What have we got?
Well, we will start with Morbius.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Starting at the bottom.
Starting at the bottom of the top.
So there's no artsies at all?
There's not really. I mean, there might be, but I'm limited in my time these days.
Okay.
I got stuff to do. This is Morbius, as Carrie's been saying. This is in the Spider-Man end of the Marvel spectrum, over there near Venom and stuff. So it's a Sony, Columbia Pictures. It's not.
I was going to say, I don't think a lot of people understand that part of it because Marvel Studios, they own the rights to most of the characters that Marvel has ever created. Now, Sony, on the other hand, they have exclusive rights to Spider-Man characters. So if it appeared in a Spider-Man comic book originally, that's what they have control over.
But not Spider-Man.
They have Spider-Man as well.
They've cooperated with Marvel to bring Spidey in with everybody else occasionally.
They loan Spider-Man to Marvel Studios. And that's why we've been getting these good Spider-Man movies and these not so good Spider-Man universe movies.
But Venom is. I didn't realize he was a Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yeah. And those are good movies. Those are pretty.
Yeah.
They are.
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not
we
a great.
disagree.
I'm
That's
not
fine.
a great Venom fan.
Barry doesn't like them, but I do.
So Morbius here. Yeah, we got Jared Leto.
Yeah.
As he's Dr. Michael Morbius. He's
Okay, I'm out.
Yeah, well, there's that. Brilliant scientist, medical researcher. His specialty is blood-borne diseases, and the reason that's his specialty is because he has one, which has him hobbling on 2 canes ever since childhood.
Good.
Yeah,
Jared can really act.
he can act up a storm with this. Yes. Morbius is experimenting with the DNA of vampire bats. He thinks that might be the key, the cure. And so, of course, at one point he has to try it on himself, and he does, and he's healed. He's got washboard abs. He's healthy and strong. Oh yeah, and he can echolocate, and he has a taste for human blood.
Okay, just
Oopsie.
from a outside person, I think that sounds like a cool premise.
Well, it is. I will tell you this. It is fun for a little while, and I got to say, Jared Leto playing a guy who's turning into a vampire is a more down-to-earth performance than when he played a spicy Italian meatball in House of Gucci. It's okay for a while, and then and he's able to stave off the taste for human blood because, as it just coincidentally happens, he invented artificial blood before this, and so so he's got that to fall back on, but that only works for a little while. And so, but also his best friend Milo, who has been bankrolling all this and also has the same disease, he wants a taste of this thing too, and it's like you can't have it, you can't have it, you don't know what it'll do to you, but and that kind of heavy acting going on between and he's the other guy. He's played by Matt Smith, our Doctor Who friend, and it's fun to watch him play a good sort of evil nemesis type.
Okay, so far I think this sounds like an okay movie.
For a while, like I said,
except it's Jared Leto.
Exactly, Gina. When they said Morbius, we went, okay, odd choice, but could be done. And then we added up Sony and Jared Leto, and we went, no.
Leto's not the problem here, though. I mean, he's
all right.
Yeah, he's a good actor. You guys are poo-pooing him.
He's still Jared Leto. The problem is that it becomes, in the second half, this just big mishmash of special effects, and you can't tell who's fighting who and who's winning and all that sort of thing. And you can only tell who's winning when they actually stop fighting and like spout bad dialogue at each other. The way I put this is my attitude toward Morbius is similar to the way Al Franken describes Ted Cruz. It's like I don't hate I don't hate Ted. I don't hate Ted Cruz as much as other people, but I hate Ted Cruz. I like this more than I like Morbius more than a lot of the critics I know, and I did not like this. So I wound up giving it 2.5 stars.
That makes sense.
And it's playing in theaters everywhere, and for now anyway. So.
To quote Al Franken exactly, he says everyone in the United States Congress hates Ted Cruz, and I don't hate Ted Cruz as much as they do, but I still hate him.
Yeah, that was my attitude about Morbius. Is that I know other critics hated this movie more than I did, but I still didn't like it.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's move on to Better Nate Than Never.
Better Nate Than Ever.
Now that doesn't sound good.
This is on Disney Plus, and it feels like it should be on Disney Channel. It's for one of these very family friendly. Everything's played at a high pitch, kind of fast and frantic.
Yeah.
But it's charming as all get out. The lead character Nate, he's a 13-year-old middle schooler in Pittsburgh, dreams of being a star on Broadway, but he can't even land the part in the school play. It winds up in the chorus with his best friend Libby, who notices an open casting call on Broadway for Lilo and Stitch the musical. Did I mention this is a Disney movie?
Yeah, synergy.
The book this is based on, actually, it was E.T. the musical, but for because it's Disney, that's what we get. So they make a plan. These two kids make a plan to sneak out on their parents, go to New York and audition, and so Nate can audition. And when they're in New York, they run into Nate's aunt. His Aunt Heidi, played by Lisa Kudrow, who is who abandoned the family to pursue her Broadway dreams, and of course she works as a cater waiter, going to auditions and so on. She's a designated grown-up, and of course Lisa Kudrow's funny and in anything, so that's a plus right there.
Okay.
There are some wild moments in Nate's adventure. My favorite is he's asked to do a monologue off the top of his head, and he does this long bit from Designing Women.
That could be funny.
Which also reminds you how much Designing Women was basically the Golden Girls in different suits.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the main kid here, his name is Ruby Wood, and he's never done anything on screen before. This is like brand new kid, and he's amazing.
Oh wait, that's his real name?
Rueby, Ruby Wood. Yes.
Okay.
His prior claim to fame is he was Charlie in the touring company of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Okay.
And Aria Brooks, who plays Libby, they're the reasons to watch this thing. It's very cute. It's very charming. Also, if your gaydar is up, you're going to be shocked and surprised and delighted that a movie this family friendly and gay is on Disney, considering everything that Disney's going through right now regarding LGBTQ representation. Anyway, Better Nate Than Ever. It's on Disney Plus, streaming starting today, and I gave it 3 stars.
All right. 3 stars for Better Nate Than Ever. You Won't Be Alone.
Yep, this is a creepy, wicked witch story that plays like an old folk tale. This is like 200 years ago, Macedonia, and there are stories in the village about a witch who eats babies.
Who eats babies?
He eats babies.
Ooh.
So not just a bad witch, but a really bad witch.
Yeah.
And the witch is real, and of course finds a baby. But the baby's mother makes a deal with the witch to get her to come back when she's older. Because there's, I don't know, more meat then, I guess.
Well, it's just to try and forestall the inevitable. You
know. So mom raises the girl in a cave to try to hide her from the witch. But sure enough, when the girl turns 16, the witch is back. Saying, okay. But instead of eating the girl, she decides, okay, I'm going to teach the girl how to be a witch. And the main trick is to take over the bodies of humans in the village to try to blend in with other humans. Because, of course, they have to go from village to village because you can only do this so many times.
I like this idea.
And one of the villagers is played by Noomi Rapace, who was the original girl with the dragon tattoo.
Yeah.
Was in Prometheus. Cool actress. So this is more. There's more atmosphere than plot in this movie, but oh boy, the atmosphere is just really amazing. The visuals are really disturbing. They're really, really cool. It makes for a very chilling, sort of very grim fairy tale. It's playing in theaters. You Won't Be Alone, and I gave it 3.5 stars.
3.5 stars for You Won't Be Alone.
And then quickly.
Is this a foreign movie?
No, well, it's in a foreign language mostly. Yeah.
Okay.
But so yes, you have to read it.
Okay.
Couple other things quickly. Coda, which won the Best Picture Oscar.
Yes.
You might have seen that after, because if you were still paying attention after that other thing. That's going to be playing in theaters.
They're re-releasing it.
So re-releasing it so people can. Well, when it got released, it was on Apple TV Plus.
Yeah.
Only got a little bit of theatrical. Now they're putting it back in theaters so people can see it. And also at the Broadway starting tonight, The Godfather.
Oh, really?
50th anniversary. They're showing The Godfather. So if you want to see that on a big screen, get the full effect. See what if you've seen it before, you know how great it is. If you've never seen it, now's your chance. The Godfather at the Broadway.
It really, most people have seen it on television,
or they've seen bits of it.
I remember seeing it in the theater, and it is just, it's really quite stunning, just in terms of the way it looks. It's beautiful.
Now listen, Godfather fans, just a tip: if you're going to go and see this in the theater, don't say the lines out loud along with the movie.
It's not Rocky Horror?
It's not Rocky Horror. You can mouth them, but don't audibly, because I know you do at home when you watch it. So don't do that in the theater.
Please don't.
This is not your living room. Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome.
What's next week?
Next week, we've got Ambulance, new Michael Bay movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and Yahya Abdul-Mateen II. And Sonic the Hedgehog 2 with Jim Carrey. And this is important. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yes.
New movie, Michelle Yeoh.
Yes.
I'm going to do my level best to explain it next week.
This looks really interesting, and I just love Michelle Yeoh. I have an a great appreciation for her because of Star Trek Discovery. I mean, I sort of knew her and liked her, but she was great on that.
I have a great appreciation of her from decades of martial arts movies.
Yeah, Super Cop. Oh, she was...
Super Cop, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah.
Many, 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 many.
Isn't that movie, hasn't that been available on streaming already, or am I misreading
This new one?
Yeah,
Not
Everything
yet.
Everywhere.
It opened in some cities last week, but it's opening here next week.
Yeah, all right. Can't wait for that one, Sean. Thank you. Yes, The Godfather is a major time commitment. I think it's almost 3 hours, so yeah.
More than 3 hours.
Yeah, so there you go, Ivy. Sorry.
Go potty before you go.
Yeah. Traffic, Gina, please.
Vehicle on fire, I-15 northbound approaching 5600 South exit in Roy. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, causing a little bit of slowage there. Traffic lights are flashing red all directions. The intersection of 2100 North, 23rd West in Lehigh. Treat that as a four-way stop. And a single vehicle crash, I-15 southbound approaching the 90th South exit in Sandy. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything, because you can do that. You can let us know if there's stuff happening out there that you think friends of the program need to know about. Just make sure it's safe for you to text when you send it in to 33986. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
All right, I've got your boner candidates here for round one, and I know, Gina, you're going to get up as soon as we go to commercial. Be careful, okay? Be careful. I might have tied your shoelaces together. You don't know.
You're warning me that a joke may have been perpetrated on me. Okay.
So coming up, we've got boner candidate number one. That billboard peed on me. boner candidate number two. Step right up for belly pics and breast milk. And boner candidate number three. I got my girlfriend's lips tattooed on my face, and I instantly regretted it.
All right, so boners round one coming up after these. X96.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our two Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, he had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried. Believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride do you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the Sky Ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and such.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just got off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god-awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has. Nothing will cool you off like a slush puppy.
They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got them all, huh?
Got them all.
Okay, it is 7:19 right now, and time for round one of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to be Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day. It secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates. Just like this, we get another winner. Send that one forward. Both candidates face off against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day and make that decision. After that, the decision is taken away from you because Dave the Flower Guy comes in and tells us who Boner of the Week is. All coming up. So let's get to round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see John Mulaney at Vivint Arena on April 9th. You can get more information about that show at x96.com.
All right, Boner candidate number 1. That billboard peed on me. There's a company in the United Kingdom called LV brand stuff. And I guess they make products specifically for women. And they've devised a unique way to, as they put it here, wash away the stigma surrounding female urinary incontinence.
Shut up. I mean, I'm listening. Yes.
Is it okay if I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
You wonder why I get up 10 times a morning?
No, I don't. I know it's because you have female urinary incontinence.
Yeah.
You want to know why I get up 10 times a morning?
Why?
Because I have female urinary incontinence.
If you
at
go to
any rate,
x96.com/live, you can see what Bill is about to describe.
they have put up a billboard that pees on people passing by. LV's giant peeing billboard is bringing the issue out of the shadows and into the spotlight. The company's chief marketing officer, who I'm thinking may lose the job, Aofi Nali, said LV launched the campaign in response to TikTok's removing a video of a popular Fitfluencer leaking while lifting due to weightlifting is like, so when you strain a lot of times, I guess, that's when it happens. The unintentional passing of urine. How can we educate people about pelvic floor health if we are too frightened to talk about leaks and too frightened to share our experiences? LV wrote on an Instagram post. The billboard is a giant billboard of a woman lifting weights, and I guess they've rigged it so actual liquid will fall out of her vaginal
water.
Area. It's not really pee,
not
Gina?
really pee.
Gina claims it's not really pee, that a picture of a woman on a billboard can't really pee, apparently. No, it's water. It's of questionable taste, I would say. That billboard peed on me, Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Step right up for belly pics and breast milk. Melbourne, Australia. Emily Mai from Melbourne says that she rakes in $225,000 a year through OnlyFans and has found that her pregnancy is a particularly lucrative asset. Emily creates content focused on her expanding baby bump, as well as videos of her squirting her own breast milk. The former stripper first began creating pregnancy-focused content while carrying her now 19-month-old son, and is now 18 weeks along with child number 2. Apparently, she's going to keep pumping them out because she makes a lot of good money being
Don't
pregnant.
like anything about this.
Emily says she feels incredibly sexy when she's pregnant and enjoys showing off her pregnant body to adoring fans who send her constant requests for new content. I love showing off my pregnant body. I feel very sexy. My fans' reaction to my growing belly is really remarkable. There's nothing more beautiful than a pregnant woman, she said. And then she also, and I can't go into much more of this, but it has to do with squirting breast milk.
All right.
That's boner candidate number 2. Step right up for belly pics and breast milk. I'm not suggesting that pregnant women are not beautiful. That's not the point. The point of this is, well, I think you get the point. Particularly the squirting part. And people,
All right. That's like the 5th time you've said that.
People are paying money for this.
Okay.
As he said, I can't get into too much of it, but the squirting.
That's 6 times. I don't want to hear that anymore.
I have said nothing much about what's being squirted.
Okay, that's 7.
Okay. I'm sure it's chocolate. All right. Let's.
Well, that's disgusting, Carrie.
Candidate number 3 coming up?
Yeah, coming up. I got my girlfriend's lips tattooed on my face, and I instantly regretted it.
All right. We got boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up. Do we have sponsorable content here?
Jim Carrey has some comments on the Batman.
Okay. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
So there have only been 2, I guess, live-action Riddlers in the Batman movies.
In the movies, yeah.
Yeah, Jim Carrey in Batman Forever and Paul Dano in The Batman. But the 2 actors had very different takes on the villain, befitting the mood of the movies they were in.
Yeah, one's Jim Carrey, who is just Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey plays the Riddler like a rhyming cartoon character, while Mr. Dano is a disturbed Zodiac-like live streamer. And both are memorable in their own ways. Jim Carrey, though, told Unilad, I'm distrustful of any website called Unilad, but he says that he hasn't seen The Batman, first of all, but he has mixed emotions on Dano's very dark vision of the Riddler. Now, he hasn't seen it.
I don't think you can comment until you've seen it, Jim.
To each his own and all of that. I love him as an actor. He's a tremendous actor, said Jim Carrey. But there's a spot of worry in me over gaffer taping people's faces and encouraging people to do the same. Some sickos out there might adopt that method. I don't.
No.
No, I don't.
If that were the case, yeah.
And you've done, Jim, you've done plenty of things that
well, here, I think the reason he's saying that is because if you look at his Riddler, his Riddler's ultimate plan was to create a device that beamed television directly into a person's brain. And that's happening. So maybe that's where he's confused.
Facing deeper isolation by the day over the Ukraine war, Russia seems to slightly recalibrate its stance, allowing greater humanitarian access to the devastated port city of Mariupol, and apparently retreating from a payment confrontation with European gas customers. But Western officials say that they saw little evidence to support Russia's claims that it was greatly reducing its military presence around Kyiv, Ukraine's capital, and fighting continued unabated in areas around the city on Thursday. In Dnipro, the central city that has become a hub for humanitarian aid to other parts of Ukraine, a Russian attack overnight destroyed an oil terminal, a local official said. Russia maintains pressure on Kyiv and other cities, so we can expect additional offensive actions bringing even more suffering, said the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg at a news conference. There are theories and reports that Vladimir Putin has been misled by his generals, that they could go in there. That's the word that's been used in several reports that I've heard.
The British intelligence is saying it.
Yeah, that they told him that they could go in there and clean this up and do it, in just a couple of weeks.
I would say that they're just telling him what he wants to hear.
Misled
sounds like they're leading him down the path.
That would be misleading him if they're telling him what he wants to hear.
He is a shoot the messenger kind of guy.
Yeah.
And they said, well, no, well, listen, and they tell him it's going just as we planned. Honestly, it is, when in fact it's not.
The other problem that he's got is a lot of these soldiers are drafted. So, their motivation isn't the same as everyone else's, and they have finding out that they've been lied to once they get there. They thought they're going on exercises.
Yeah.
They didn't know they were invading another country.
Yeah.
Former President, I should say, Donald Trump, there's a lot known about the few hours that shook American democracy when there was a riot at the Capitol. And Trump's incendiary speech, the march by an angry crowd, all of that, the breaking in, the beating of cops and all of hang Mike Pence and all of that, lawmakers running for their lives. But for all of that is known about that day, piecing together the words and the actions of Donald Trump over that time has proved to be difficult. And one of the reasons it's proved to be difficult is, well, a president's actions are closely monitored, always. There's always a trail. There's a paper trail. There's a communications trail. But in this case, there's a gap in the official White House phone notations given to the House committee investigating January 6th from about 11 a.m. to about 7 p.m., according to people familiar with the investigation. Details may still turn up, but the former president was known to use various burner phones, essentially, and often bypass the White House switchboard, placing calls directly. And over the past 4 months, by the way, you're not supposed to do that.
And
even legally, I believe you were in jeopardy, but nobody's ever prosecuted that. But anyway, over the past 4 months, a lot has surfaced about what Trump did do, but there's that, 7-8 hour gap.
Almost 8 hours. John Bolton immediately, as soon as because Trump said, I don't even know what a burner phone is. Bolton said, no, he talked about burner phones all the time. In fact, calls would come in through the White House switchboard, and he would tell them, call me on this number. And it was one of those burner phones so that he could have a conversation that wasn't on the, record.
Hundreds of people rallied and marched for the Utah transgender community yesterday in Salt Lake. The event was sponsored by Project Rainbow Utah, part of Transgender Day of Visibility, which I think is today, actually, which is recognized worldwide as a day of awareness. It also came at a time when transgender issues have been at front and center on Utah's Capitol Hill. And by transgender issues being front and center at the Utah State Legislature, it means what they mean by that is they've put it front and center so that they can knock it down. Ben Wachendorf, a Salt Lake City resident who identifies as non-binary and transgender, was one of the people marching at the rally. He said, we hope to share the message that we are people, that we are no different than anybody else, really, when it comes to a human soul and what matters. The event started at the Capitol, and then they marched. Did they go? They went marched a few blocks. Oh, down. Yeah, they marched. See, this is smart. The transgender people were smart. Usually, these rallies, they start down at the bottom of State Street at the Federal Building, and then they march up to the Capitol. That's a really steep hill. You
Go
should
down,
start,
not up.
Yeah, you should start at the Capitol and march down to the Federal Building downhill. And then IKEA will pay you to get back some of its old furniture.
Ooh.
Swedish furniture and home goods chain said it is making its buyback and resell program permanent in 37 U.S. stores on April 1st. April 1st.
Wait a minute.
The company said the service applies only to personally used IKEA furniture that is fully assembled and fully functional. IKEA won't accept items that have been modified. What's included on the list of returnable items: office drawer cabinets, sideboards, bookcases, small tables, multimedia furniture cabinets, dining tables, desks and chairs, and stools without upholstery.
Why would they do this?
Because they will resell it. They will buy it back from you, and if it's in good enough condition, or they can refurbish it quickly. I hate to say this about IKEA, but it's true, I think. Their products are of a nature that they are not worth refurbishing.
There's a reason it's so cheap.
Yeah, once they start to go and deteriorate, there's no turning back.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there. Well, that's done. Which, I mean, I guess I don't really mean that in a derogatory way. They're not meant to last. But the company said all gently used items approved for resale will be available in a designated as-is section in stores at discounted prices. So they pay you a little bit for it and charge just a little bit extra than what they paid you and make some more money, I guess. And then finally it's a one-sentence story.
Okay.
Just one avocado a week will lower your risk of heart disease.
Does guacamole count?
One avocado a week. Says one.
If guacamole counts, I'm good.
I think what you do is you take a whole avocado and you peel it and then eat it. Or just eat around the pit. That's what you have to do. Sorry.
I can't do that.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm just a firm believer that the avocado should not be the star of the dish unless it's guacamole.
Well.
Yeah. I can't do it. All right. Weather, traffic.
A beautiful weekend. How's that sound? Everybody deserves a beautiful weekend. We're going to have one. 58 and sunny today, 67 tomorrow, mid-60s again on Sunday. Next chance for showers looks like Monday night into Tuesday, and we cool off for the first part of next week, but your weekend looks great. Traffic, let's see. There was that vehicle fire northbound I-15. This is up to Sunset. Milepost 337 on the right shoulder. That's the only incident that UDOT's reporting, and you haven't reported any. You can, though, if you see something, and it's safe for you to text it to us. 33986 is where you do that. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I got my girlfriend's lips tattooed on my face, and I instantly regretted it. A man got his girlfriend's lips, like you kiss with lipstick, you kiss her, and he got that tattooed on the side of his face. Now, he says he instantly regretted it.
Okay.
I think once he got one look at it, he would instantly regret it. But that's not the case. Why he regretted it is that he called his girlfriend immediately afterward and said, "Baby, I got your lips on me forever." And he told her what she had done, or what he had done, And she said, what are you, effing stupid or what?
She break up with him right then?
Yeah, we've been together 2 weeks, she said.
Oh, now see that? Okay,
That's
we got the
creepy.
picture.
That's
x96.com/live. We have the picture of it.
So,
that's weird.
So,
that is creepy.
So the boner candidate here is A, that he had it done, and B, he wouldn't have instantly regretted it had she not said, you're an idiot for doing it. If she'd said, wow, thanks, he would have just been happy with this. No. Boner candidate number 3. I got my girlfriend's lips tattooed on my face, and, well, I instantly regretted it.
Okay. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. That billboard peed on me. An incontinence billboard, a billboard about a product for female urinary incontinence in England. It's rigged so that there's a woman lifting weights and she pees on passers-by. Gina takes pains to point out it's not really pee, it's probably water. Boner candidate number 2, excuse me, there it is. Step right up for belly pictures and breast milk. I won't go back into that. And boner candidate number 3, I got my girlfriend's lips tattooed on my face, and I instantly regretted it.
Okay, here we go. Let's get to voting. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? 1, 2, or 3? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth. Use your voice. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting April 1, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. Now, remember, this is not Boner of the Day. This is just round 1. We'll do this again at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Then both winners go to Boner Dome, and you'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20. So let's get this thing going. Let's start voting. You have until the end of these messages. This is round 1.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary Claire?
And not tongue-in-cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party you're
Well,
going
yeah,
to.
But I mean, this is an art.
Mhm.
They wrote it just like, do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was. Yeah, you'll go on a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
Or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. But this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party,
which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing dreadlock hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a...
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well, that...
it's just like, what?
But but the type of people that read those kind of magazines
are morons.
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot.
God, they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
All right, 7:45. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a spring version of minestrone soup.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, and live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd South West Temple, adults only.
Boner candidate number one was the Billboard Peed on Me. Number two, Step Right Up for belly pictures and breast milk. And number three, my girlfriend's lips tattooed on my face. Well, it turned out to be a battle between number two and number three. And Melanie, I know, won John Mulaney tickets for being a random boner voter. And the winner by 10 votes was boner candidate number two, Step Right Up for belly pics and breast milk.
Really? Okay. All right, we don't pick 'em, you do. That's the winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Round two happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates. All that forward 9:20. Blah blah blah.
Yep.
All right. Is this sponsorable, Gita?
Yeah, Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden. It's best question of the week. You have to participate in this by sending us your questions. You can do it a couple of ways. I saw Katie posted on our Facebook, Radio from Hell Facebook page yesterday. If you have a best question suggestion, you can enter it there, or you can email us radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yep, I actually have a couple of Facebook questions for you.
Okay.
So let's start off. Hard or soft shell taco?
Yeah.
Hard.
Hard, okay.
Depends.
Yeah, it depends.
Okay.
I kind of like a hard shell taco. Maybe the best. I favor a hard shell taco.
It just really all depends to me. I go to T27 and it's soft shell. But if I'm in the mood for a bag of cheap tacos from Taco Bell or something, then it's hard shell.
I have soft shell tacos right after I have dental work.
Follow-up question to that. What's the difference between soft shell tacos and a burrito?
If you have to ask.
We're not telling you.
Fair.
One's bigger with more stuff, right?
We're not telling you.
One is certainly easier to eat portable.
You guys are giving out too much information on this.
All right. Well, moving on. You're on death row, guilty of being too political, I'm guessing.
Probably.
What is your last meal?
Crow.
Is that even legal?
No. I would need my very last chicken fried steak of my life is what I would need.
Well, from where though? From where?
The Prairie Schooner.
Really? Okay. Or did you just pull that out?
That's what I want.
You know, Gina, you really are a simple person with simple tastes.
Are you complicated? What's your final meal?
I don't. I'm trying to think.
No,
of
you have to answer.
Well,
you have to pick something.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of what would be my very favorite. I think a Thanksgiving dinner with all the trimmings, a whole turkey. So this is going to take me a long time to finish. Okay,
you can't kill me until I eat this whole turkey.
Whole turkey, mashed potatoes and gravy, dressing or stuffing if you prefer, cranberry sauce, Brussels sprouts, celery with the cheese in it. And a plate of olives and little pickles and things like that.
All of it.
Thanksgiving dinner, big one.
Carrie?
Right now, it is my wife's bolognese sauce. So she'd have to be making that all day. Bolognese sauce with pasta.
Like, is it a multiple meat bolognese?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
3 different kinds of meat.
Okay.
There you go. All right. How about this? What is the most embarrassing thing you were caught doing?
Most embarrassing?
I have mine immediately.
It's for me to know and you to find out.
I've told this story before, but when I worked at the Salt Lake Tribune in the library, this is pre-internet, kids. People would call and ask for sports scores. I need all the baseball scores from last night. And so I would answer the phone and give them those. And multiple calls would come in. And it was a Sunday morning, so things were kind of slow. So I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone, talking about a cake that was made at a birthday party, a naked man cake. And I'm talking to my friend about the naked man cake, and the phone calls are coming in.
Was that a cake that was actually made on a naked man?
No.
Is that what it
I'll
was?
tell you what it is, because I'm talking to my friend. Oh, yeah, this naked man cake. I got to tell you about. Oh, wait, I have a call. Click. Salt Lake Tribune information. What can I do for you? Yes, I'd like the scores of the baseball game. Okay, yes, let me get those for you. Hold on one second. Hold, please. Line 2. So anyway, there was a hot dog and 2 marshmallows, and for the hair, it was a toasted coconut. and I'm going on and on and on, and my friend isn't laughing or saying anything. And I hear, I was just calling for the baseball scores.
Not an obscene phone call.
I thought I was going to get fired for that.
It was probably more embarrassing for him, but I was embarrassed because you remember the studios, the old studios at Trolley Corners.
Mm-hmm.
You had to be careful to make sure that the door was locked. If you didn't do it right on the men's room, if you didn't do it right, the men's room door wouldn't lock right. So you had to be very careful about it. And I walked in on one of our engineers sitting on the toilet. Now,
that's embarrassing.
More embarrassing, but I was extraordinarily embarrassed.
Sure.
And then I was mad, and I yelled at him, "Lock the damn door." I did.
I was really embarrassed one time when no, I can't tell the story. Never mind. Go move
All
on.
right.
Okay.
I can't tell it.
If you could slap anyone on stage, who would it be and why?
It would be you.
Me?
No,
Katie?
I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't want to slap anybody.
It's just not an urge that I have.
You know. Oh, I know. Will Smith. I'd like to slap Will
Okay,
Smith.
yeah, there you go.
I've never slapped anybody. I've never.
What?
I fake slapped a friend on stage when I was Kate in Taming of the
No,
Shrew.
that doesn't count. You've never slapped anybody?
No.
You've never had to. You've never had to say to somebody, "Snap out of it!" And
No, that has never happened.
Nope.
How it has to me.
You've slapped somebody, or somebody slapped
On more
you?
than one occasion, and I've been slapped.
Like
Really?
for
Yes.
like a serious like.
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Again, I have lived an adventurous life. I told you
Again,
that.
you use that word, and I don't think that.
No, yes, yeah, it is, Carrie. This is an adventurous life. It is a life full of experience.
Mishap?
I've
Sometimes. That's part of the adventure.
Okay, can I ask you this? Does it work? Like, if
No.
somebody
No.
slaps you,
No.
do you go, wow,
You
I
mean-
was way out of line, and now I understand that I
yes.
was out of line?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Yeah, no, but to try and, if somebody's hysterical and you slap,
No,
you
that
know,
doesn't
snap out of, that doesn't work. It just makes them get more hysterical.
That's what I would imagine.
Yeah. No, I have been slapped for, does it surprise you that I have been slapped for doing something? It shouldn't.
I don't know.
It shouldn't surprise you that somebody has
I guess
more than
not.
once slapped me.
I guess not. I guess it doesn't.
I'm just not weighing in here.
I don't care. Go
Does this
ahead.
have anything to do with the embarrassing story you don't want to tell us?
No.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay, I'll tell you another embarrassing story. The one,
Okay.
I'm not going to tell the one, but I think I've mentioned this before. There was a woman I really liked when I worked in New York in an office, and she kind of liked me, and I just thought she was great. And one day I walked into the office, and she was standing on a chair doing something and kind of bent over, and her behind was, and I kind of just gave it a little boop with my hand, a little, just
a swat.
Yeah, a little swat. That's the way to put it. A little swat with my hand, and she turned around and said, I like you. As a matter of fact, I'm very fond of you. But if you ever do anything like that again, to me or to any woman, you should think twice about living.
Wow.
And then she slapped you across the face, right?
No.
No. Oh.
No, and I mean, it was a lesson that it was like a slap in the face, but it was a lesson that I needed to know and learn, and did. From that moment on, I mean, I would never, ever do anything like that. So there you go.
All right, there you go.
That's how that goes. You'd send us questions and we answer them.
As a matter of fact, Gina, if you would like to slap me sometime, because you say you've never slapped anybody,
yeah,
have
give
at
me
it.
the opportunity
You bet.
to have at it.
You bet. Have at it.
Okay.
Traffic, Gina, please.
You're not having at it out on the roads, or you are, meaning things are moving well and you're not having to slow down. Things look like they're going well. I have no accidents to tell you about, and you haven't sent anything in to me. If you do see something you think other friends of the program need to know about, you can certainly text it in. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up after these. KXRK Provo.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Abs.
Well, what I remember most was the mess. Now, there were some that thought the penguins was cute. That is until they lived up here and had to clean up all the poop.
Oh, I do miss 'em. I remember when I was just a little shaver. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of 'em making that weird call they do. It was kind of scary. And kind of romantic, too, when you think about it.
Frontline will talk to the people who want to bring the penguins back to Salt Lake and to those who oppose it.
The penguins were here as a natural part of the environment. The delicate ecosystem of the Avenues district and of Capitol Hill, for that matter, will remain out of balance until the penguins are brought back.
Well, most of us in law enforcement in Salt Lake are against reintroducing the penguin into the city. I mean, we've got our hands full already, what with the gangs and such. Besides, a pack of them little bastards killed my grandfather's brother years ago. You know, they say that penguins are shy and won't approach humans, but I know different.
Will the penguins return to Salt Lake City? It's an in-depth look at the entire issue tonight on Frontline.
All right, 8:02 right now. And is this sponsored, Gina?
It's doubly sponsored.
Whoa.
First, it's brought to you by our friend Ivy at Boozteak, featuring accessories for wine and cocktails and pairs well with contemporary living. But if you're sober curious, Boozteak has non-alcohol wine, gin, and whiskey too. Open 11-ish to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 315 East Broadway. And brought to you by Grand Marnier Liqueur, sophistication with an eccentric twist.
Thank you.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Jimmy Santangelo is the proprietor. He is the impresario, the organizer, the ringleader of the Wine Academy of Utah.
You forgot glass washer. You always say glass washer.
Oh, that's right. He's glass washer, bottle washer. Jimmy Santangelo. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com for all things wine and spirits related. Good morning, Mr. Santangelo. Thank you for the delicious beverage.
You got it. Thank you all. Ooh. Yeah, Grand Marnier, we've all heard it. We all have a bottle clanking around in the cabinet at home, or on your porch if you're fortunate enough.
Yes.
You know, Grand Marnier, when I started peeling this back, Grand Marnier is a cognac that has this exotic orange and citrus liqueur folded into it. A cognac, for those that may not know, is it's a distilled spirit in a sense, but made with grapes. So it differs from like your vodka, gin, tequila, rum, whiskeys, where those are distilled from grains, your corn, wheat, barley, and rye. Cognac is distilled in a similar fashion, but using grapes as the base spirit, as the base material, rather. And we use Lambic still, and it has to age and drop into these old French oak barrels to give it its roundness. So cognac, very sophisticated, right? And this Grand Marnier, having the bitter orange folded into it, makes for a very approachable, delicious sipper.
Yeah, see, when I got it and I looked at the jar and I took off the lid, there was no label on it, and I sipped it and I went, oh, Grand Marnier, and I drank it up, and Gina said, well, I don't think you're supposed to just drink that straight.
What happened to Lent?
Oh, that, yeah, that's gone by the wayside. We won't go into that.
Now, Jimmy, Bill and I have a bet. What is Grand Marnier mostly used for? Is it mostly used for sipping, or is it mostly used as a component in a mixed cocktail?
You will hear that Jimmy said sipper. Didn't you hear that?
but he didn't say mostly. I would like to hear primarily what is it used for.
I'm breaking a bet over here. I love it. So what you can have, Grand Marnier, is mostly, when I've served it in the restaurant environment, it is served neat, and then you have these Grand Marnier glasses that'll nestle over another glass that has hot water in it. Some people have a candle and things like that. I prefer actually Grand Marnier chilled. We have it here in the studio. It's slightly chilled, very refreshing. All the aromatics come out.
It's very cold.
Great,
yeah, but also in that cocktail that we mentioned, you know, Grand Marnier margarita, using Espolòn tequila, whether reposado or otherwise, little shaky shake, you know, and that's a 4-2-1 cocktail, if I'm recalling my component ratio correctly, where you need majority of tequila, whether it's Espolòn or otherwise, and then half portion of your, so if you're using 1.5 ounces of tequila, 0.75 ounce of Grand Marnier, 0.75 ounce of lime, and a little bit of simple syrup or agave syrup.
But Jimmy,
yes,
primarily,
used for?
It is mostly to be taken by itself. Not, as Gina said, well, I don't think you're supposed to ever drink that by yourself.
First time,
adding words.
First time I ever had Grand Marnier was with my Uncle Pete skiing at Kissing Bridge in Buffalo, New York. I was a little kid. I was about 18, 19. And I had a little snifter of it after a long ski day. It was skiing at night with the lights on. And I'll never forget it. And to have that today, just to shout out, he's taking my son skiing right now. So it's kind of a fun little circle
So,
about it.
Gina, when are you going to get me my bottle of Grand Marnier?
I guess I'll bring it over.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a long tradition, a history of it, too. I mean, it's been around. How is it different from, now you know what I'm saying, and maybe you can explain it better than I, Jimmy. How is it different from Benedictine? And tell people what Benedictine
Right, with
is.
the others. So it's the base spirit, where this is a cognac-based. Other flavored liqueurs, whether orange or otherwise, tend to have a spirit base, so they're going to be a little thinner, a little stronger, a little bit more syrupy. Although Benedictine's delicious, you know, but those are kind of the categoric differences. Having a cognac as your base kind of elevates it, not only with the mouthfeel, it's a little rounder, a little richer. The wine was aged, the grapes were aged after it was distilled in oak barrel. So that's going to give it a little roundness. The grape varietal in cognac, in the case of cognac, is Uni Blanc or Trebbiano in Italy. And one thing about Grand Marnier, and it's a cool thing that Utah does, there's a highly allocated Grand Marnier out there that's only released periodically. It's called Alexander, and it's sourced from the top 5 crus within cognac. So it's this really exceptional style of Grand Marnier, and we get that in the fall here, a small allocation. And all these products are
relative. How much is a bottle of this, Jimmy?
Yeah, they're all relatively affordable. This is $39 if my memory serves me correct, and then the Alexander is $65.
65.
Yeah. So
which one can you afford a $39 bottle, Gina?
We specifically talked about the Grand Marnier.
Okay, the $39 bottle is fine.
And they do come in splits, so perhaps it's not exactly correct.
It's one of those liquors that it stays in your liquor cabinet for a while. So it's one of those that.
Sorry.
Is it okay to keep it for a while?
Yeah, your liqueurs, it's higher alcohol. It won't oxidize, but as we talk about this, just because it has higher alcohol, it won't be spoiled by oxidation, excuse me, like wine would, but it will change a little bit.
Yeah.
It does degrade in its freshness. But if you keep it slightly moderately chilled, this was in my cellar, so, at that 58, 60, 62 degrees, constant is the key for all product. Got to avoid temperature swings, got to avoid strong light, and some vibration if it's against a wall that has the, HVAC alongside of it.
Now, we got the margarita recipe on our website, x96.com. Just click on it, and it's that's a really good margarita recipe.
So is that how you've had Grand Marnier, Gina, in a margarita? So essentially, you've never really had it straight because you didn't think you were supposed to. Try it; it's so good.
Well, I have some of my very own.
Have you tried it yet?
Do you know why I didn't? Is because I was waiting for Jimmy to tell me how best to enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, it's just straight, and I was surprised that I liked it so much, cold, kind of chilled like that. Because as Jimmy said, usually you warm it up. I think I prefer it chilled.
It's delicious. Now, what about? Tell us about April 9th.
Jimmy. Oh, so excited about this at Rune SLC, the bar relocated from Sugar House onto Main Street in Salt Lake City in downtown, 156 East Main, I believe the address is. And we have a deep dive in cocktail and wine culture once a month there. And this is at runeslc.com, or you can go to my website. Sign up for tickets. We're doing the Manhattan cocktail, A Taste of History on the 9th. The following month, we're doing natural wines. What's all the hubbub? So we're having fun with this, but it's educational, and that's the goal of the Wine Academy of Utah for you.
Now, Jimmy's from the East, and he has a slight accent. So what he's saying, the name of the bar is The Ruin, but it comes out when Jimmy says it's Rune. Rune.
R-U-I-N.
Thank you. It's The Ruin, but I just don't want people looking for Rune. The Rune.
Looking all over for this Rune.
That's right. I don't know. And I knew I could say it. Jimmy would not be offended.
Oh, not at all.
But,
this sounds like a lot of fun. So April 9th, 2 p.m. at the Ruin, 159 South Main in Salt Lake.
Manhattans are so. Could you use Grand Marnier in a Manhattan?
I guess you could do a variation of it, but it would take it down a different twist. I've seen Grand Marnier used for old fashions for that bitter and orange accent.
Am I right? Sometimes they pour it over ice cream. Do I remember that?
It may. I haven't. I like to float it over cocktails, as Gina likes with the margarita. I think they call that a Cadillac margarita. Upgrade. But you can just incorporate this right directly into your margarita. Shake a shake, strain it over ice or up, salted rim or a half-mooned rim, half salt. Be creative with your salts. You can go to any grocer now these days and get some eccentric salts to make your beverages more tasty.
I've used it as an aftershave, actually. It's really good.
Aftershave. Nice.
I just use it. It's great stuff. It's wonderful.
Well, thank you very much, Jimmy.
You got it. Thanks for having me. Enjoy your weekend.
WineAcademyofUtah.com, and make sure you sign up to join Jimmy at the Ruin on April 9th.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
You have a perfect commute out there. Go commute somewhere if you need to go. Yeah, there's no accidents, no slowdowns, there's no nothing. It should be a straight to the liquor store. You could get there.
Yes.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Go there right away.
It's not open yet, but...
Okay. Do you own $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Let's see, bonus round 2. Oh, and Gina, you should be getting something from me in the mail today.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Not booze.
No. Boner candidate number 1 coming up in the round 2. There were piles of them. Piles, I tell you. Boner candidate number 2. What an awful thing to do to little Debbie. And boner candidate number 3. Well, it's pretty clear she needed a ride.
All right, boners round 2 coming up after these. Stand by, X96. The good news is that I've learned that if you combine the mangosteen fruit with certain alcohols, it will cure cancer. And I've got the margarita recipe here, the cancer-curing margarita recipe right here. 1 shot of tequila, 2 shots of Zango, and 3/4 shot of triple sec, all right?
It's a martini. That'll cure your cancer.
That will cure cancer. I am cancer-free for 15 years.
And there's your proof.
So there you go. What more proof do you need?
So apparently they really put this in there in the company literature.
Oh, hell yeah.
You see that?
You can't do that.
No. What you do is you infer it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh,
You get your distributors to talk about it.
You don't put it in your literature.
Look, all I can say to Zango is, why aren't I your spokesman? I'm cancer-free for 15 years. I found that it's the mixing with alcohol that makes it work. Why don't they call
reaction
me? This is $1 million company. This is my ticket to a big pay.
And they're local here. They should know who you are.
They should know who I am, right? I could give them a whole list of recipes, drink recipes, martinis, margaritas, daiquiris, that will, cure cancer and depression.
You're awfully happy now that you do.
I'm happy and cancer-free.
Everybody knows that Zango won't cure cancer. It's Tahitian noni that cures cancer.
Can you mix that with alcohol?
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that, no.
You don't want to drink that, period.
Wonder what does this mean for them?
They have 15 days to respond. My guess is that either Orrin Hatch will swoop in like Super Hatch and save the day, because he's big on that, supplement business stuff, or they'll just have to take that out of their literature.
Yeah, I think probably they have to say, sorry, we won't do it anymore.
They'll have to tell the people who sell it, don't say
Does
that.
really cure cancer. Or we don't have any evidence.
We don't have any evidence that it cures cancer. But Carrie Jackson, 15 years cancer-free because of the magic cancer-free margarita.
Because cancer's one disease. I love that when they say it cures cancer. Because cancer's a whole bunch of different things.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It cures cancer.
That's how good.
Apparently,
that's how good this stuff is.
All cancer's the same. You drink this.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
I like that. That's a new one I put.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
The bad liquor's still here, but the good.
I drink a bit.
And I'll change this drop from.
What do you say you and me go out and get plastered?
To.
What do you say you and me go out and get
cure cancer?
What are you guys doing? We're curing cancer.
I am curing cancer with this magic margarita recipe. Okay.
Right this second.
Hey, right this second, I'm
curing cancer
right now, even as I stand here and look at you.
Cancer cells dying right and left.
is 8:18 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Boner means mistake. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It qualifies it, because we did this an hour ago with round 1. We got a winner there. We sent that winner to Boner Dome. It's there waiting for this winner of this round. And once we get the winner, we'll set it forward. 9:20 this morning is when you'll vote for Boner of the Day for today. And then after that, your vote is taken away. Dave the Flower Guy comes in here and he decides for us who Boner of the Week is between the 5 candidates. So let's begin with round 2. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
a Radio from Hell tool bag. It's a bag you can put all of your various implements in.
It's a bag if you're a tool.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's see. So Boner candidate number 1 is there were piles of them. Piles, I tell you. Flawed work by Test Utah, the Test Utah initiative, run by NOMI Health, poses an imminent threat to public safety and health, said federal investigators earlier this month. At one Test Utah site in January, an inspector saw a pile of processed rapid tests ignored for an hour and a half, even though results are only valid for a 5-minute window. At another site, an inspector found contaminated test kits sitting on a laboratory table right next to some yogurt and some rice cakes and a bag of Cheez-Its. At a third, a regulator noticed swabs with patient samples and unused swabs stuffed together in a cart. So used and unused swabs stuffed together in a cart outside at below freezing temperatures. According to documents obtained by the Salt Lake Tribune, those are just 3 of the more than 24 mistakes and complaints that federal and state health officials have documented in recent weeks at Test Utah, which has been testing Utahns for the coronavirus under contracts with the state since the early days of COVID-19. You know, those early days when the state also bought a lot of hydrochloroquine. And
hydroxychloroquine,
and
ivermectin, and all of that stuff,
In an interview about complaints investigated by the Utah Department of Health, NOMI Health co-founder and chief operating officer Josh Walker said many of the state's recent complaints were hearsay and anecdotal and difficult to run down, though Walker did acknowledge the increased demand for testing during the Omicron variant surge had stressed Test Utah, along with other care providers. He said his company followed up on each state concern and defended his company's overall performance during a health crisis that didn't come with a playbook. Well, there was no playbook. We didn't know.
Yes, there was.
There are just certain basic
this has
things
to be
that
handled
you do.
in this way. And
there was a doctor. Yes, Dr. Dunn tried to tell you there was a playbook. Also, and I guess I should ask Gerke or Brian Schott or somebody. It was a few weeks ago that the governor or some legislature were touting, the nation should follow what we here in Utah did. We did it so good.
There was a national story.
Well, this national story clearly didn't look into stuff like this.
The Utah state legislator and people in state government say that about any number of things.
Yeah.
Well, if the federal government or at large just did it the Utah way.
The Utah way. I'm sick of that.
Boner candidate number 1, there were piles of them. Piles, I tell you. Boner candidate number 2, what an awful thing to do to little Debbie. A man has redefined the term urinal cake when he peed on a rack of snack cakes at a Detroit gas station because his credit card was declined.
It's not the cake's
What
fault.
else is he supposed to do? How else is he supposed to handle that?
He was peeing all over those little Debbie's cakes. He just
Should he have just turned around and left his cakes and called the credit card company to see what was going on? No.
You know, it's a sad thing. It really is a sad thing, and I saw it happen yesterday. I was at a grocery store, and woman in front of me kept trying to use her card, and the guy the checker kept saying, I'm sorry, this card has declined. You can't use it. And it was so sad and so embarrassing. But she didn't pee on anything.
No.
Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. It's pretty clear she needed a ride.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up here in just a bit. You have something that could be sponsored there?
Gina likes the Black Crows, so I got a story about them.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I also like baby whales. You can follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
So you'd be following this way. It would be a whale trail.
Hard to handle.
A whale trail, right?
Yes.
Chris Robinson and the Black Crows are being sued by the drummer of the band, Steve Gorman, because he says, you owe me a lot of money.
Steve, I don't know.
Documents obtained by TMZ claim that the accounting is not up to snuff when the band was cranking out albums, allegedly resulting in Steve Gorman, the drummer, missing out.
Sorry.
Oh, you know, we can just play the game, and I won't do the story if you'd like.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Resulting in Gorman missing out on royalties from their past albums. Gorman says he doesn't know exactly how much he's owed, but he thinks it's a fair amount of money. Gorman joined the reassembled group in 2005 after a 4-year hiatus, touring periodically with the band. The documents claim that they recorded and released 3 albums in the mid to late 2000s during their time together, and Gorman says he was shorted for his work in the reunion. Now,
possibly. None of the band gets along, by the way. The brothers nobody gets along.
Well, Chris Robinson is apparently blaming his wife. What's her name? He's married to Goldie Hawn's daughter. Right?
Oh no, that's several boyfriend and husbands ago for.
Well,
Kate.
he's still blaming her. Kate, Kate Hudson, still blaming Kate Hudson.
Kate Hudson had a kid with Chris Robinson. Then she had a kid with Matt Bellamy from Muse, and now she has a third kid with another guy.
She certainly has a type, doesn't she?
Yeah.
And the one she had with Chris Robinson is really ugly.
Now, here's the thing, Gina.
Yes. Oh, she talks to angels.
There's a show coming on, and I'm sure Bill Frost will tell you about it. I think it's next week. Celebrity, name that tune.
So celebrities that are playing
celebrities
the game?
that will play name that tune.
That would be the inference that you would take from that. Yes.
Okay.
So that's all about you.
I am all over that.
Gina, would you like to know how much plastic you're eating?
I don't chew on straws anymore. I gave that up.
Well, if you think, I still do. I love to do that. If you think the answer is 0, think again. A recent review suggests that people in general consume about a credit card's worth of plastic every week.
What?
So you're eating 1 credit card every single week.
Where am I getting this plastic that I'm eating?
Nanoplastics are any plastics less than 0.001 millimeters in size. Microplastics, on the other hand, are even smaller. And on some occasions, they're larger, and on some occasions visible to the naked eye. But both of those plastics have found their way into the human food chain from packaging waste. Plastic particles can enter the body through seafood. Oh, so you're okay. Sea salt or drinking water. Yeah, you're okay. One study referenced in the review found people who drank the recommended 1.5 to 2 liters of water per day from plastic bottles takes in 90,000 plastic particles per year from that way alone. So basically, get Get yourself a metal bottle or a refillable, and preferably metal and aluminum lined bottle, because really plastic kind of wears off and into your water.
Great. Something else to worry about.
Well, here's another one. The most popular peanut butter ever, I think it's still probably the number one seller, is Skippy. Skippy peanut butter. Well, Skippy Foods, out of an abundance of caution and with an emphasis on the quality of its product, is issuing the recall to ensure the consumers are made aware of the issue. Because of a malfunctioning piece of equipment, there could be metal fragments in 9,000 cases of reduced fat peanut butter.
Oh, that's okay. I don't buy the reduced fat.
Don't waste my time with the reduced fat.
The products included in the recall, and a lot of people will have these: Skippy Reduced Fat Creamy, Skippy Reduced Fat Creamy Club. I don't know what. I guess it's a better version. Skippy Reduced Fat Chunky, Skippy Peanut Butter blended with plant protein. They indicate the customers who purchased a recall product can return it to the retailer. You know, I have to confess, we in my house, we eat peanut butter that is just ground up peanuts. You know, there's
the annoying peanut butter.
Yeah. I think there's nothing in the Adams peanut butter but peanuts.
Depends on which Adams you buy. There's one that's processed like the regular peanut butter, but if it's the one you have to stir, it's just pretty much peanuts.
They did start making a processed one.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I prefer the Skippy, a processed one, and particularly the Jif, because of Choosy Mothers Choose Jif, and because it has a little drop of honey in it.
That's because what they do to it makes it so spreadable on the bread and smooth.
Yeah.
We don't buy that. It's just
Bill, you are a grown ass man. You can buy whatever. You can have Daddy's peanut butter that is on a separate shelf, and that's nobody else can have it.
I'm a grown ass man who's married to Mrs. Bill. So
no?
I don't get the Skippy. No, I don't get it. I mean, I guess if I made a big enough issue about it, I could have the Skippy if I like sleeping in the car.
That's a sleeping in
Which
the
I
car
don't.
worthy.
Oh, anything. It doesn't matter. No. COVID symptoms. This is a weird one. Researchers have recently discovered that about 20% of people infected by the novel coronavirus end up with dry eye disease.
Ooh.
The dry eye COVID-19 symptoms joins a growing list of coronavirus symptoms someone can experience after infection. This is a weird, mean, awful virus that affects people in a lot of different ways, and it's just I'm done with you, COVID-19.
Well, then you can just that's all you have to do is say that. You know how in some cultures you can just get divorced by saying the words?
Yeah.
It's
COVID
the Utah
works
way.
the same way.
It's the Utah way.
You have to say Mecca Heine Ho and then go COVID, and it's gone. I don't know why I did that Pee Wee Herman. Weird.
You okay?
A Delta Airlines flight, leaving from Salt Lake City International Airport, had to turn back.
Really?
Its windshield shattered.
That could be a problem.
While in the air.
Oh.
A passenger on the plane, Dr. Kirk Knowlton, shared a photo. Oh, you can't see that, can you? Never mind.
No.
The plane was headed to Washington, D.C. Delta Airlines said there were 198 people on board, nobody, injured, but the crew told passengers the shattered window happened spontaneously.
Were they following another plane that had a bunch of gravel in the back? That hit?
No.
Secure your load.
No.
Western Airlines 734.
Oh, it didn't turn back to Salt Lake. It landed in Denver. and passengers were able to get back in the air and to their destinations okay. And the Bayou, the bar here in Salt Lake, has lifted their COVID-19 restrictions. The Bayou, it says here, had to weather protests for requiring customers to show proof of COVID-19 vaccination. So a private business decided that for the health of their employees and the customers who wanted to come in, they would have COVID restrictions and mask mandates. And it tells you something about the people who are opposed to mask mandates and opposed to vaccines, that they protest and threaten businesses that do that. It ought to tell you something, or if you're one of those people, it ought to tell you something about yourself.
Because you don't hear about that happening the other way around.
No.
And I was grateful for the Bayou. I went there a couple of times because things were bad and I wanted to go out to eat, and I knew I would feel safer there than somewhere else.
I was grateful, but I never went there.
Oh, it was it was. So think about when things were really bad.
No, I know. Yeah.
And Festus was in town, and I'm like, oh, we should go out to lunch. And I thought, I know where we'll go. I feel safe taking my mask off and eating there.
They're the people that own it. They're good people. They're my neighbors. They're some of the best.
That's about it, I think. Sports weather.
Okay. Sports weather.
I've got more if you want.
I'll save it for later.
Okay.
We still got a rest of the show to do.
Crap.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, we could have brought this up when Jimmy the Wine Guy was on. Despite a 3-month lockout, Major League Baseball returns next week. And if you're looking for a spirit to toast the fact that the season is actually happening, Whistle Pig is launching a unique product that's likely to intrigue both whiskey fans and baseball fans alike. It's the world's first toasted baseball bat finished whiskey. This is whiskey that has been aged in barrels. Not just any baseball bats were made into these barrels.
Yeah.
Big Papi, David Ortiz, baseball bats.
Wow, this whiskey tastes like Big Papi.
Really?
Made into barrels that they were... less than 100 barrels were produced for, so this is very, very exclusive. And Bill, you'll like this. It's a 96 proof
well,
whiskey.
It's 4 off. That's 4 off.
Oh, you.
It's got to be 100 or I don't mess with it.
The Jazz snapped a 5-game skid. That means they lost 5 games, and then they won one last night. They beat the Lakers 122-109. Their next game is tomorrow against the Warriors. That's at 6:30. RSL on the road. They play Colorado tomorrow at 7 p.m. That's your sports weather. I've got a beautiful weekend for you. I'm serving it up to you on a platter.
Thank you.
You will enjoy this sunny, warm weekend. Today, 58. Tomorrow, 67. It goes up quite a bit just in one day. Sunday, it looks like we'll be in the mid-60s. And then first part of next week is our next chance of showers Monday night into Tuesday, and temperatures will dip back down into the 50s then. Traffic, we've had a great commute this morning. I say we like I'm out there commuting. I'm not commuting, but you may be. The only thing I have to tell you about is a stalled vehicle northbound I-15, 33rd South in Salt Lake. It's off to the left shoulder at milepost 303. That's it. Everything else looks pretty good. So well done, everybody out there. If you see something not well done that needs scolding, you can text your scolding to us, 339-86. X96 presents Alt J in Portugal the Man at the UCCU Center on April 5th. To win last-minute tickets, listen late nights with Nick Davis all week long. For more details and ticket links, you can go to x96.com.
Opponent candidate number 3, I think you can see, I mean, it's pretty clear that she needed a ride. Dublin, California. A woman was scheduled to make a court appearance on Monday in Dublin. She had been arrested for stealing a car. And so she had her court date, and she showed up in court. But how did she get to the court? Well, she stole a car.
Stolen car.
I think it's pretty clear she needed a ride. She didn't have no car. She stole one, and then she stole another one. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, there were piles of them. Piles, I tell you. New records detail complaints against Test Utah, from piles of ignored samples to contaminated COVID tests. Well, it's the Utah way, you know.
The Utah way.
Boner candidate number 2, what an awful thing to do to little Debbie. A man whose credit card was declined at a convenience store decided that the only recourse he had for his declined credit card was to pee all over a rack of snack cakes. And Boner candidate number 3, it's pretty clear she needed a ride.
There you go. All right, let's get to voting. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight. Get that chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it is not Boner of the Day yet. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome and ensures it will go up against the winner of round one's voting. We did that an hour ago. You may want to go back and reference that when you're voting for this round 2 in case you want a strategic and good Boner Fight for 920, because that's what will happen. We'll take the winner round 1, winner round 2, send them both to Boner Dome. 920 is when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. So let's send one of these three forward from this round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, April 1, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. It's round 2.
Gina, most people, when you go to a party and someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television.
That's true.
And not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, you know, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Is that why your parties don't work,
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be
good
it?
at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have, like, a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
Just says,
I think.
we don't want to talk to each
Yeah.
other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah. Sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each other.
No, not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper. You know,
So then do you take
we
the
have to
food to the
combine.
couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them in, I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even
I
having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
You don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk, sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No. No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you gotta have it.
But you got to have it. The Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, oh, let's see what's on.
Yeah,
That'd be
Let's
nice.
watch a little cartoons.
See,
That would be nice.
You know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally
Yeah,
shut it off.
that's
so
what we have.
So you can
Well, and then
pretend
there's
there's no TV in there until you really.
the other
want
reason you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's
Well, yeah,
another subject altogether. That
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
Okay, 8:45 right now. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a delicious French loaf from Harmon's.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner. Brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, and live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple. Adults only.
At Harmon's French loaf,
Mm-hmm.
it's got such a crust on it, you almost can't cut through it. I love it. It's nice and crusty. So we had boner candidate number 1, the test Utah. Really all kinds of violations, which would indicate that their COVID testing was not very accurate. According to not only state investigators, but federal investigators. Boner candidate number 2 was what an awful thing to do to Little Debbie, as in Little Debbie's snack cakes. Guy peed all over the snack cake rack when his credit card was declined. Number 3, pretty clear she needed a ride. Woman going to court because she had been charged with stealing a car. She stole a car to get to the court. Alicia won a Radio from Hell tote bag. And
Are you sure
Alicia,
she didn't win a tool bag?
No, in
She
Alicia's
might
case,
need-
it's a tote bag. I believe.
Oh, she may have tools that need carrying around. You don't know.
Oh, it's Alicia the Riveter. You're right, Gina.
Yeah.
It's a tool bag. And the winner, by 10 votes, was boner candidate number 1. There were piles of them. Piles, I tell you.
That's your winner of round 2's boner voting. Goes forward now to Boner Fight might be boner of the day. We'll find out at 9:20 when you vote for boner of the day.
So I spent a considerable amount of time yesterday at PC Laptops
They love you.
downtown. Now, when you walk in the door at PC Laptops, they used to go, "Hey, we love you," when you walk in the door, and they didn't do that. And they said, well, we're supposed to, but we didn't do it this time.
They didn't want to hurt your feelings, Bill. They don't love you. They say it to other people.
I said, you saw me coming, didn't you? That's why you didn't do it. You saw me. But they're really terrific people. I've always had just great, but sometimes when you're dealing with computers, it's just tedious. I think
very much.
Yeah, you know what you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They know what they're doing, but it takes them a while sometimes to get through all of the nonsense.
Sure.
They have to try this and that to get the programs to work and all this. So I was there a long time, but I sort of got to know him. Alex was the guy who initially helped me, and he was great. Very, very dedicated. We're going to get this solved, and we're going to make sure that your computer's working great. And so he's working on that with Harrison, although they don't call him Harrison. They call him Harry Ass-son. His name is Harrison, but
I'm sure he doesn't like that.
well, I asked him. I said, do you mind that they call you Harry Ass-son? And would you mind if I called you that on the radio? And he said, I don't care. so I guess he doesn't care. Harrison is from St. Louis, and he hasn't been in Utah very long. And the guys at the shop, because he's from St. Louis, they say he's from back east.
Well,
and he
Colorado is back east.
Yeah. But he says, I'm not from back east. I live in the center of the country. I'm not from back. But anyway, and then so I'm standing there, just waiting, and occasionally, what's your password? And having try a new password and all of this stuff, And the youngest guy in there, Elliot, says to me, do you have any kids? And I said, yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, I have.
You groaned it. You weren't like, I certainly do.
Yes, I did. I did.
Groaned it.
Because whenever I stop to think that I have 4 kids, it makes me groan.
You're tired just thinking about it?
I never expected to have 4 children. And I never expected to live this long either. So there you go. But, I said, yeah, I do. And he said, is one of them named, and he named my youngest son. And I said, yeah, yes, that's my kid. And he said, I know you. You used to hang around my house all the time.
What?
I said, what?
You?
He said, He said, you're really good friends with my dad's brother, with my uncle. And I said, who's that? And he said, Matt. Oh, Matt. Matt was my drinking buddy for a long time.
I was going to say, you don't have many friends, so there's only like 3 people this could be.
Yeah, we were drinking buddies for a long time. And Elliot said, but you guys aren't friends anymore. And I said, yeah, you're right. I am. And I couldn't remember. I said, I think
something happened?
Yeah, I think your uncle and I had some kind of falling out.
No.
I don't remember what it was.
Were there slaps involved? Maybe there were slaps involved.
No, but there was drinking involved. I know that. And I said, I think we had some kind of falling out, but I really liked Matt a lot, and we did spend a pretty fair amount of time together for a brief period there. But then I thought about it later, and I thought, no, we didn't have a falling out.
You drifted apart.
That's exactly the words I was going to use. We drifted apart.
Well, perhaps you should drift back together.
Well, I think I will, because while I was there, I got a text from Matt, and it just said, Bill! with an exclamation point, several L's and an exclamation point. And I texted back, Matt, with several T's and an exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing it. He has his dream job. Elliot told me this. I haven't talked to Matt yet, but and I knew that Matt, he did not have this job when I knew him, but he always wanted this job, and now he has it. He's, I believe, the head brewer at Desert Edge.
Oh,
well,
yeah. Which is a good friend to have.
Sure.
But he's.
So are you going to get together? Did you make a date?
We didn't. The only exchange we had was Bill, Matt. That's the only exchange we've had. But I plan on reaching out to Matt. And,
now I have someone else you need to reach out to, because I hung out with a friend of one of your 3 friends.
Oh, Jeff.
Jeff. So Muhammad.
Isn't he a great guy?
Yeah. Muhammad, who isn't doing enough with all of his sports, has decided to take up golf.
No.
But he
can get a really good golf scholarship. I'm just letting you know, coming from the person that lettered all 4 years of high school and everything. So
yeah, I would love that.
Go for it.
he has been on his own, just going to the driving range and hitting balls. And
I thought you said he liked golf.
Yeah.
He's going to. Sorry.
So he said I'd like to take a lesson, and he said I want you to take it with me. I'm like, well, that sounds fun. And so I looked up at the golf course closest to us, Bonneville, and they had a list of all the people that give lessons, and I there was a familiar name there, and I'm like, that's Bill's friend Jeff.
Yeah, because I've
Let's
talked
go
about
with him.
Yeah.
And we went to have our lesson, and he said he also has not heard from you in a long time. I think you need to regroup with your friends, Bill.
I do. Well, I'm so busy.
No, you're not.
No, I know. I know. I'm kind of a hermit in a way.
You should start.
And I have been.
Jeff
for a
was
long
fabulous, by the way. He was just great.
I would imagine he's a good teacher.
Now, Atropos, the Radio from Hell historian, of course, is asking for some clarification. Is Matt the fella that taught you to wear a lava?
That was in my lava period. I think I taught Matt and several other people to wear lava.
That was in my lava. I don't have periods. I mean, I don't.
I'm sorry.
And then I also don't.
And Bill, you should refer to it as your celebrated lava period.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
If you're going to.
I think I'm going to go back to the lava. I stopped wearing because I just looked at. They look okay if you're not fat. If you're fat, you just look. God. And last time I put one on, I went. Plus you have to find one with more fabric. But I have a bunch of them, and my weight is down now, and so I probably could wear one. I'll wear one on Monday and
okay.
and model it on the show. Okay.
All right, there we go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've had a great commute. There are no accidents. There isn't even a stalled car to tell you about. Everything looks good. So well done, everybody. Let's see if we can repeat this on Monday. X96 welcomes Imagine Dragons live at Rice Eccles Stadium on August 5th. Listen all week with Marcy, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Todd Newcomb, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. to win your tickets. You can get more information and ticket links at x96.com.
Now, see, the light commute today has me wondering, and I ask these questions every year because I ain't got no kids. So is it spring break now or next week? Or
It's spring break for some kids now. Like Mohammed's off this week. Jonesy's not off until Easter week. So
you know what it is. It's the reason there's not a lot of traffic is because it's conference weekend.
Is it?
Yeah.
There's that too.
Another thing I don't have, any.
I don't know why that would cause a lessening of traffic.
Well, that's because everyone's going to Disneyland, right?
Oh,
Isn't
that's
that what
right.
it is?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway. Okay, just checking. We do have Boner Fight on the way. Stand by. KXRK Provo. Need to catch up on missed Radio from Hell.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, One of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up. Millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault us for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's
80 to late 90s. All right.
Yeah. Let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay. But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different. So there are different ones, but generally millennials are between 1980 to 2000
to late 90s. Yeah,
and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say.
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the subway. They ordered
Huh.
2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Just
I hope they had. I hope they had a cola.
you don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in a car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
Because it's our 30th anniversary.
And these songs, a lot of them that we're playing precede that. This
was
goes-
86. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these are holdovers from the KJQ days that we brought forward to X96. Yeah, the pioneers of alternative.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah. It's nice to hear them, too. I like them. Pet Shop Boys.
I wonder if that worked out for him. All you need is someone with good looks and muscle, and then and then one of you is smart, and then you just go make lots of money.
I think it did. And I think if you wanted to try it again, it probably would.
A distinct sound.
Yep.
Pet
It's,
Shop Boys
it's,
from that outfit.
It's a sin. We could play a lot of stuff from them.
Oh yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Well, of course, there was their big hit. Of course, was West End Girls.
Yeah.
Neil, what's his name?
Tennant.
Neil Tennant. I interviewed him once on the phone, and we found that we had a band in common that we really liked. That was an obscure band, and so we ended up talking.
The
about
Wooden Tops. It was the Wooden Tops, wasn't it?
No, it was not. No, it was the Incredible String Band.
I don't know the Incredible String Band.
I know they had several albums in England. And, I liked them a lot, and so did Neil Tennant. He said, "Oh yes." Although Neil Tennant's Pet Shop Boys sound nothing like the Incredible String Band, but he's cited them as an influence. Yep.
That's a very short song from the Incredible String Band.
Yeah, this is a good one. This is Hedgehog Song, right?
Yes.
I'm not the kind to complain that I never had a girl to love.
Very odd.
Bill, while you're reconnecting with all your old friends, I think you need to call Neil Tennant, meet him at the pub. This sounds like a band that would be at a pub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go hang out at the pub with Neil Tennant and listen to the
funny little hedgehog is on. This part. Go right.
Oh, you know all the words and you sung all the notes, but you never quite learned the song she sung. I can tell by the sadness in your eyes that you never quite learned the song.
You see, kids, what I'm learning here is, and what you all need to learn here is that, because I did it, and you shouldn't. I thought there was only one type of music that was good.
Yep.
I went through that period, and I regret it.
You were
'Cause I was-
snobby, weren't you?
I
You
was,
were
and I was also, I was a dick about it. You know?
It's so nice of you to fess up like that.
You know? And I encounter it all the time, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like what you like, but don't be a dick about it, you know? Because you know, there's so many different wonderful things that can be good.
Yeah.
And you wish you'd explored more. You wish you'd been open to it.
And if you listen to this and you go from that to Pet Shop Boys, it doesn't seem like a connection.
No.
But there is. There is a connection.
Do the
So,
quote, Carrie. Do the quote.
if it sounds good, it is good.
Exactly.
It's Count Basie, I think it was, or
Mm-hmm.
somebody. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I went through that.
You like this? You like the way this sounds?
Yeah. There's a time and a place for this.
And they sing. They kind of sing in this off-key sort of thing that works somehow.
I'm just curious how you got to this with Neil Tennant, because that's such an obscure.
No, I just asked the question. You know, what influenced you? What kind of music influenced you? And he said, well, I was really into the Incredible String Band. I don't suppose you've ever heard of them. And I said, are you kidding? Of course I have. I love
Did you open up your
Incredible
jacket and you were wearing an Incredible String Band T-shirt? That
No,
would have been great.
no,
if you
no,
do
I ripped
No?
open my shirt and I have it tattooed on my
Oh,
chest.
okay, that's even better.
Yeah, it's so look up the Incredible String Band, kids. You might find things there you like.
This sounds like something that Brad Wheeler might feature on his radio show later today.
Yes. Yes.
I'm serious.
Brad, I know you're listening. Make it so. Do a deep dive.
It's an
into the
incredible string band weekend here.
There you go. There you go.
They had probably
Wall to wall.
6 or 7 albums, I would think. They were, T-Rex. The first record that T-Rex ever did sounds like this. Before they went to glam, that kind of glam rock stuff. They say that the T-Rex, Mark Bolan, what was that song that he had? The huge hit, Bang a Gong. That was, it was like one of the earliest glam rock kind of songs.
And T-Rex, inspiration to a lot of bands.
Now, you listen to the way he sings, it's kind of like that guy in Incredible String Band.
That's similar.
Let's see, my favorite T-Rex song, though, is this one. I like this one.
Yeah. Sounds good, it is good.
I'm looking up some of the members of the Incredible String Band.
Licorice.
So here's what they say about Licorice. Licorice McChesney was last seen in 1987 and may be deceased.
Yeah. They were an odd group.
Last spotted, like it's some endangered animal that was in the wild and has not been seen since 87, may be deceased.
One of the members, one of the guys of Incredible String Band, he took the name, his first name was Steve, and then he took the name Peregrine Took from The Hobbit.
But see, here's the thing. Back to me being a dick about music. You run into people who go, "Oh, that's old. I don't want it." Give it a try. You might like it. Same with new music.
Sure.
That stuff. That new music. I don't know.
Yeah.
Give it a try.
Give it a try. You'd be surprised.
It's not going to hurt you, for God's sake.
And since we're talking about the history of X96, I remember the phone calls we used to get when, why you playing that grunge music? You remember those calls?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you give it a try, you know?
This has been some serious farting around.
I would say this is definitely some
Deep
serious
diving.
farting around.
Deep diving into stuff.
And see, this is Liza Nell says, this is why I miss Battle of the Records. Well, you're the only one.
Yep.
According to research. Because that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I don't miss Battle of the Records. I I really hated trying to come up with something every week.
You never brought the Incredible String Band.
No.
Why didn't you do that?
Because I thought you guys would laugh at me.
I only brought stuff that I thought would make me look cool.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Having a taste in music that's especially curated, so you think people looking, oh, you have a cool taste in music.
Yeah.
You just pick these cool bands.
I thought people would make fun of me.
All right. Well, let's take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by. X96.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell show is proud to announce a brand new entertainment in downtown Salt Lake City.
That's right. It's the grand opening of Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where patrons can enjoy the very best in culture and cuisine.
Each month, Bill and I will present a brand new Shakespeare play for your delight.
And with each play, we'll change our dinner theater menu. We begin this weekend with Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Who's there? Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
I'm... He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
And with immortal lines like that from the Bard, you get your choice of Hamlet Hawaiian-style ham, a juicy ham steak with a pineapple ring, or the Polonius chicken pot pie.
And what's even more fun, not only will Bill and I play most of the parts, but we'll be your waiters.
In coming months, you'll delight to other great Shakespearean masterpieces.
Like The Taming of the Shrew, with me as Petruchio, and Bill as Catherine the Shrew.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
My remedy is then to pluck it out.
Aye, if the fool could find it where it lies.
Who knows where a wasp does wear his sting? In his tail.
In his tongue.
Whose tongue?
Yours, if you talk of tails, and so farewell.
What? With my tongue in your tail? Nay, come again, good Kate, I am a gentleman.
It's Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater in the old Felt Electric building in the Regent Street alley off 2nd South.
And look in your Happenings coupon book for a 2-for-1 coupon, good on Wednesdays and Thursdays at Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater. Your dinners are full price, but one of you will get to sit through the play twice.
Get thee hence to Carrie & Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where you give us the dough and we put on the show.
Okay, it's 9:17 right now. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 8 or 9 minutes.
Oh man!
So
that's a pretty heavy burden. I'm tired.
Yeah, do we have any sponsorable content?
Well, let me look here. I know Gina is a big fan of the Beckhams.
Sure, I'll go along with that.
Sure. Yes, and?
Exactly.
That's exactly right, Gary. That's exactly right.
The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
I think you'll be interested to know that
Yes.
David and Victoria Beckham.
Yes.
By the way, who knew?
Who knew
that they
what?
would be married so long?
Yeah, they've been married a long
Yeah,
time.
how long
they
have
were
they been?
they were kiddos when they got married.
Boy, I don't know how long they.
Well,
You'll
he's a
make a look.
handsome fella.
Yes.
They have a 17-year-old son. So, but David and Victoria Beckham, their London mansion was burglarized late last month, while they and their 10-year-old daughter were inside the mansion in the home.
That's
Wow.
scary. Are they
Or
okay?
Everybody's
Or
safe.
it's such a big mansion that they didn't know.
Well, I think that's part of it. Cops confirmed that in the early morning hours of March 1st, officers responded to the Beckham's Kensington home for a report of a burglary that was believed to have taken place sometime between 8:30 in the evening and 11:30 in the evening. Police said that a number of items were reported stolen. That included expensive designer and electric goods. So
well,
that
everything
means
they
that,
have is expensive and designer.
that means that they found out about this burglary when David, for instance, went to his study and was going to put on a record. He has a vinyl collection, let's say, and he was going to put a record on this expensive turntable and sound system he had, and he picked up the vinyl record and went to put it on the turntable and went, blimey, where's me turntable?
They
Where'd
got
that
married
go?
on July 4th, 1999.
And then from the kitchen, Victoria yelled,
David, have you seen the mixer? The KitchenAid?
No, they just discovered things missing, and that's how they knew they'd been burgled. The Sun reported that the break-in was discovered by their 17-year-old son, Cruz.
It's Cruz, I think.
C-R-U-Z is Cruz in my book.
That's true. Yeah.
You don't say he's no Pablo Cruz. You say he's no Pablo Cruz.
Pablo Cruz, exactly.
Yeah. The kid returned home late in the evening after hanging out with some friends. He said, well, the way they discovered it, some broken glass and a room had just been trashed. He helped search the mansion with his father, David, to see if anybody was still there. That particular search took 2 days. That's how big.
Did they each grab a cricket bat and walk around?
Yeah.
Oh, Sue says that she and I have been married 1 year longer than those two.
Wow.
Wow.
Just babies. You were just babies.
No suspects, and I don't know if they'll ever recover their KitchenAid
Turntable?
their KitchenAid Mixmaster, and
That would be hard to steal. Those are heavy.
They are.
They are
Awkward.
Joe Exotic.
Ew.
The Tiger King
Ew.
is the Tiger King. Joe Exotic is giving up on his marriage. He's in jail, but he's just filed for divorce. He has filed divorce. He did Thursday. He's been married for 4 years to Dylan Passage. Remember, he was in the so-called documentary as well. Joe says the marriage is irretrievably broken. Joe and
it's
Dylan.
hard when you're incarcerated for years and years.
Yeah. Just ask those tigers that he's had incarcerated. Their marriages all broke apart too. They've been estranged, he says, for a year. And Dylan, I think, is the one. No, Joe is the one pulling the trigger on the marriage. And Dylan's already moved on to a new boyfriend. So there you go.
Well, yeah. I'd say it's officially over.
And apparently Joe is looking for love too. but he's in prison, so.
Well, he can find it.
Well, I guess he could find it there, yeah.
Love is where you find it.
Fox News channel, Chris Wallace left and went to CNN, and so they've replaced Chris Wallace with Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner, the Fox has hired Caitlyn Jenner.
I can't imagine that Caitlyn will get a warm welcome at Fox News.
They've hired Caitlyn as a contributor. Her first appearance is set for Thursday on the Sean Hannity show. I don't know what she'll do. She'll sound as a sounding board for Mr.
Well,
Hannity.
it's a chance for Fox to say, "Hey, we got one. See, we don't hate them."
Yeah.
And this is, and I thought, well, what's the motivation for her? And I'm like, oh wait, fame. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
She gets a camera pointed in front of her, and everyone wins.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, she was running for governor of California, and that didn't work out. That was
her employment. That was her resume to get on Fox News.
Exactly.
That's why she did it.
Yeah. I mean, even if that's not why she did it, that's enough for them to say, well, she's a political person. She ran for governor. 12-foot alligator was found in a newly built home in Florida. Now, nobody lived in the house yet. It was built, and they're opening it up to have an open house, a big gala opening house to see if they could sell this home. And they were just putting some finishing touches on the presentation. And there was a guy in the house installing the window blinds, last minute touching, and he went, oh my God, that's an alligator in the house. Apparently had been living in there.
See, but a good real estate agent would use that as a selling point. They find a way to turn it and go, wow, in-home protection system.
They tried, but the gator's name was Wally, and he smoked cigars. And so there's the cigar smell in the house is what that was you just couldn't sell that, no way to do it. It says here in a video, the agitated reptile can be seen rolling over several times during a struggle with an alligator wrangler before finally being removed from the house. Why this is a story, I'm not sure. I think this probably happens in Florida on a daily or weekly, if not daily basis.
I'm legally squatting in the house. It's mine.
I knew some people, I still know them, in Florida who bought a new house, and there was a kind of a pond out in the back. And I said, you got a nice pond back there. And they said, yeah, you don't go back there.
Don't, no.
Why? Says, there's an alligator there. It's kind of his or her place. We don't.
You never go near the ponds.
And we had to give away our pets.
Ooh. That would be a
dog.
deal. That would be a deal breaker for me.
Let's see, Sydney Sweeney. She's on that show Euphoria. And I believe she's also has been a porn actress.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I look it up, Gina. I'm pretty sure I read that. It's not in this story particularly, but I'm sure I read that somewhere.
This is...
Anyway, that show is quite risque, I guess.
Euphoria, yes.
Yeah,
It
lot of nudity, a lot of...
No, she's never done porn.
Yeah.
Somebody on that show has. And I swear to God it was her.
She's only 24, and she started acting on Criminal Minds and Grey's Anatomy and when she was a kid. She's not I don't know what you're...
Somebody on the show has been a porn actor.
Well, guess what I'm not going to Google?
Well, I know Sue knows who you're talking about, and it's not her. It's the character Fez is living with a girl, and Fez and Ashtray are living with a girl, and I think that's who you're thinking.
Ashtray?
My favorite character, who, spoiler
Chloe
alert,
Cherry.
yeah, who, spoiler alert, Ashtray was killed at the end of season 2.
Carrie?
I know, my favorite. No, there's no justice for Ashtray.
There's no justice.
The person on this show of Euphoria, her name is Chloe Cherry.
Mm-hmm.
She's
that's probably her.
Yeah.
Different.
Anyway,
person.
so back
Faye,
to
she plays heroin addict Faye.
Yeah.
On Euphoria. Katie's shaking her head, nodding
Mm-hmm.
her head. I've never seen a second of that show.
And here's the thing about the character Fez. Now
He's great.
Well, but think about it, though. I want you to go and find he was interviewed at the Oscars because he was attending for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
He's not acting. I'm sorry,
No.
he's not acting.
That's how he really is.
That's just how he is.
What is he? How is he? What?
I think he has a some sort of slight mental a mental problem. He in the show they make it like he was hit in the head with a crowbar, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe he was.
But he talks a little bit slower. You can tell he has a little hard time, but I love him. I think he's a great
Anyway,
character.
Sorry, we're going off the rails
Yeah.
here.
Well,
sorry.
no, we're not. And now I'm curious. Has he been? Do you know that he's been hit in the head or something?
Well, that's the character, but he's not acting. He's just standing there saying the words the way that he would say the words.
Now it's not the
Anyway.
same Fez that was on that '70s show.
No.
Different Fez. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. That's it. I'm done.
Well, the story was about Sydney Sweeney, but we never got there.
What was?
I don't know. I
No?
forget. I forget. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's not nearly as interesting as talking about Fez and the porn star.
So Euphoria, I know Carrie watched it, but I've also seen Carrie cringe about it, which makes me not know if I should watch it or not.
There's a lot of wieners.
And by that you mean actual penises, not
Yeah.
people who are wieners.
Yeah, wieners.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
Yes, indeed, we have the winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour, which is Step Right Up for belly pics and breast milk. Speaking of people who are selling their bodies in a way, this is a woman on OnlyFans who uses her pregnancy in the OnlyFans website because, well, there are people who like to see her naked while she's pregnant, and they like to see.
Don't do it.
They like to see breast milk, and there you go. So she said, I made $225,000 last year. That goes up against number 2. There were piles of them, piles, I tell you. Test Utah, the COVID testing outfit, investigated by federal and state people. They found piles of ignored samples, contaminated swabs, a lot of different problems with Test Utah. That's number 2.
All right, there you go. It's time for Boner of the Day. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, April 1, 2022. Refresh your internet browser if you don't see it, because we just put it up there. All right, here we go. It's Boner of the Day. Vote.
Condom. Condom. Spell it with me now. C-O-N-D-O-M. And now let's use it in some dialogue featuring those 2 Utah guys, LeVar and LeGrand. We join LeVar and LeGrand as they split a hot fudge sundae and have some postum down to the Snell Groves. Remember, the word of the day is condom.
Oh, ma'am, this is really some good hot fudge. Nobody does fudge like Snell Groves, don't you think, LeVar?
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, and they make a mean cup of postum, don't they?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, of course, Leatherby's is pretty good too. Like you. Well, you like the Leatherby's, don't you?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, for heck's sakes, LeVar, what is your problem? You are as closed-mouthed as a clam today.
Oh, it's nothing against you, LeGrand. I'm just worried about my nephew Varnell. I'm afraid he's gonna have to get married, and he's just too young.
Why, what did he do? Did he get that little girl he was going with pregnant?
Well, she's knocked up all right, but it ain't Varnell's fault. He don't have no experience with women. He didn't know what he was doing. He's a good boy. Varnell is just a little bit knave in the ways of love and sex. He got her in the family way all right, but he was fooled by that little tramp Chanel. She conned him into it. He didn't want to have sex with her, but she conned him into it with those feminine spells and such. She conned him, LeGrand.
Now, settle down, LeVar. I believe you. Same thing happened to me when I married Vernille. She used some kind of evil spell to get me to have sex with her, too. Well, not before we was married, of course. But she uses them spells on me now. For heck's sakes, I don't want to have sex with the woman, but somehow she gets me to rise to the deed.
Well, that's what happened with Varnell. I mean, that temptress conned him into the sex deed. I told him this would have been avoided if he'd just wore one of them little rubber things on the end of his tallywhacker. What do you call them things?
I just call them rubbers.
Well, if he'd have had on a rubber, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant, even if he weakened when she conned him into sex. Now, he's not going to be able to open that lawnmower and knife sharpening business he's dreamed of. His life is just over.
Well, now have some more postum, LeVar.
All right, let's see. It is 9:36. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a spring minestrone soup and some really good crusty bread from Harmon's.
And X96 welcomes John Mulaney to Vivint Arena April 9th. You can get more information about that show at x96.com.
No contest.
Really?
Yeah. Breast milk and belly pictures. Just 6 people found that so distasteful they couldn't stand it. But all the rest of the votes went to Boner candidate number 2, Test Utah, for violating all kinds of protocol in testing for COVID.
It's the Utah way. All right, that is your Boner of the Day for today, April 1, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Dave the Flower Guy will be here in our next break to just tell us who Boner of the Week is.
I did find a possible answer to Fez's injury and if he actually got hurt. It's rumored that he got it. He's never spoken about it, but it's rumored that he got in a really bad skateboarding accident. And that's what happened, is he had brain surgery from a skateboarding accident.
I don't know anything about the show, really, or very little.
He plays a drug dealer who's just a real bad person.
It says here that thanks to his off-screen humor and his charming lease on life, his love for his Euphoria co-stars, he has won over the hearts of pretty much everyone.
He's your favorite drug dealer on the show.
Apparently, everybody
there are
likes
many?
him.
Oh, people love him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I watched the show because, well, ashtray. But
what does the show have to recommend it?
Zendaya.
Mm-hmm.
She is going to be, you know, Academy Award winning someday. You're going to be able to say, I knew her when, you know. She is such a good actress. She is amazing.
Well, can I wait until she's in something I want to see?
Sure.
You saw her in Dune. Didn't you watch Dune?
Yeah, she was not in that much.
No,
she will be in the second part.
The second one, she's going to be doing more. But there's one episode. It was a standalone episode that it was just her and Coleman Domingo, who's also on the show. He plays her sponsor. She's got drug problems.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just one episode. It was them in a diner just talking with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I realized that Zendaya was that good. If she can act up against Coleman Domingo and hold her own, she's really something. So that might be one episode that you could watch that you don't need context for.
See, I could tell she was a good actress when I saw her on the Disney Channel's Casey Undercover. That's when I knew. Because she acted opposite Kadeem Hardison.
Gina's looking this up. She's never seen this in her life.
No, I have.
Have
My
you
kids
really?
like. Oh yeah. She's a kid, but she's also she's a normal teen, but then she's undercover.
Everybody's pointing to the Spider-Man movies because she's MJ in the Spider-Man movies, but they don't give her really a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, acting-wise, you know. She shows up, cracks wise, and then goes home.
I thought she was, what little she was in Dune, I thought, well, that's a compelling person.
Yeah, it's called Euphoria Special Episode Part 1 Rue, R-U-E. That's the name of her character. And, so that's that. It was a great little, that was actually my first episode of Euphoria that I ever saw. Because Sue was like...
You caught it in the middle or something?
Sue has been watching it, and she goes, it's a really good show, but there's a lot of wieners.
And we know you don't like
wiener warning.
Honey, I know you don't like wieners.
No, you don't like wieners. So I watched that one, and that's what sold me that I should be watching the show.
I don't understand what I mean.
I can't explain it.
I mean, it's not anything I particularly yearn to see, but I mean, if it occurs, I go, oh yeah.
I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I don't know why.
It's not a particularly attractive part of the anatomy.
No.
It's kind of dumb.
I hearken back to Life of Brian when I saw it as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Because Monty Python, Life of Brian, I was there to see a funny comedy show.
Sure.
And then there's Graham Chapman in all of his... And it startled me, and I think that's what did it.
Oh, that's well, your first
that could
experience.
Be it. Yeah.
Because I look up the screen, I'm like,
that's probably
imprinted on you, and
so that's probably it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks to Steph, she's because everybody's been telling me about the show Minx, that it's a good show. Minx. It's about this, about the opposite of Playgirl. It's a series about this magazine.
Know this show.
Yeah, well, Bill Frost told us about it. And but then, thanks to Stephanie, she says, I'm watching it, a lot of wieners. So thanks for the warning.
Minx. I would have thought it would be about fur coats.
Let's see. Go to Netflix, Bill, and watch, this is the show that I was thinking of, Malcolm and Marie.
Malcolm and Marie.
It's just two people in the movies, and Daya's the female lead in that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was filmed during quarantine, during COVID quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
And the movie's kind of insufferable, but she's really good in it.
Is Zendaya her first name or her last name?
She's like Cher.
Zendaya
it's
Smith?
Just Zendaya.
Zendaya Jackson?
I don't know. Just Zendaya.
I don't know.
Don't ask.
Well, Cher's name isn't just Cher.
It's her first name.
Yeah.
But that's all she goes by.
It's like Sherilyn something.
Anyway. Yes, Steph, thank you. So many wieners, she says. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Steph.
Now I'm getting just creeped out hearing you say wieners so much. Oh, somebody, I was speaking of hot dogs, wieners as hot dogs. I was lamenting the Harmons. They didn't seem to have the Harmons wieners anymore. Somebody sent me a picture. They have, I forget the brand name at Harmons now. It's the exact same wieners, but it's just a different.
Oh, it's packaged differently.
It's in a different package with the name of some,
I hate when they do that. And then also when they take a product and move it to a different part of the store where you're used to getting to it. And so you go to that part of the store and you think, oh, they don't carry it anymore. And then you find out, no, it's just over on this side,
I had to go to 3 stores yesterday to find frozen artichoke hearts.
Exactly, right?
Jeez.
Those are hard to find sometimes.
Smith's in the Avenues has them.
Her full name is Zendaya Marie Stormer Coleman. So I can see where she'd just want to go with one of those.
Zendaya Coleman.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner of the Week with Dave the Flower Guy after these X96.
I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah, they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding,
all
Howard,
right,
not my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
Okay, it's 9:47. Let's go ahead and award Boner of the Week.
Okie doke. Let's do it. Dave is on the line, I believe. Dave, the flower guy. Good morning, Mr. Dave.
Good morning.
Ahoy, hoy, as we like to say.
Ahoy.
Dave Matson, the flower guy. We call him the flower guy because you see him around town, and he will always have flowers for sale with him. So if you have a mind to buy some flowers, Dave has great prices on them, and he'll sell you a nice bunch of flowers. Some
They
posies.
brighten your day. They
Yeah,
brighten your day.
Some posies to brighten your day.
Don't wait for a special occasion. Flowers are any day.
Dave, are you ready to tell us who Boner of the Week is?
Yep.
Okay, I'll run through the candidates quickly, so just a little review. Monday, it was the teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late again. That's why this Utah dad was speeding to get his son to school on time. He was going 110 miles an hour down I-15 with his 6-year-old kid in the car. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday, school litter boxes to cater to kids who self-identify as kitty cats. That's going a bit far, don't you think?
Well, it wasn't happening.
It's not true. Yeah. Concerned Nebraska Senator Bruce Bostelman, I had heard
I saw a thing on the internet
that they're putting litter boxes in schools because there are kids that identify as kitty cats. Not close to being the truth. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. You got to check under the hood when they're just babies. Andrew Giuliani, Rudy Giuliani's crazy, weird son, running for governor of New York, his own self. And he's really against all of this transgender stuff. And he said, my baby daughter is going to be a girl. She's going to be my girlfriend until she's 18.
25. No, he said 25. I'm her only boyfriend till she's 25.
And I know she's all girl because I checked under the hood when I was changing her diaper. She's all girl.
Gross.
Bad. Boner candidate number 4 from Thursday. The legislature was too busy dealing with Don't Say Gay and critical race theory to deal with that legislation, the legislation that would have strengthened building codes and inspection codes in Florida to hopefully avoid another building collapse like the one in Surfside City, I think it's called, that killed 98 people. And Boner candidate number 5 from today, there were piles of them. Piles, I tell you. Test Utah. Which one, Dave? Which one do you pick?
Number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4 from Thursday. Yeah, the building inspection bill in Florida.
Well, because you see, it's easier to legislate against something that doesn't exist. And it's a lot more interesting and sexy and gets more eyeballs on your Twitter feed and your Instagram rather than doing the actual work of politics, which should be and is quite boring.
I'm telling you, Mr. Jackson, that someday this legislation, you will see, Don't Say Gay is going to kill 98 people at least someday.
Probably.
It will. That's what's going to happen. That's why we have to do that. Critical race theory will fall on a whole group of people and kill them.
Will collapse on.
Yes. Yeah. Dave,
Thanks,
thank
Dave.
you. You're
welcome.
Have a great weekend. Do something nice for yourself, okay? Go to a movie.
Yeah, I went seen the Batman in Lost City.
Oh, Lost City. That's the one I need to see. The Sandra Bullock movie.
Did you like that one, Dave, The Lost City?
Yeah.
Good, okay. That's enough recommendation for me. I'm going to the movie today.
Well,
No, not going
if
to.
you heard Sean's review, you probably don't want to see Morbius, but
Yeah.
sure money.
All right, Dave. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
We'll talk to you next week.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, David. Let's see.
Did you see who Jason Momoa was snuggling up with?
What?
Because he said, Lisa Bonet, that's done.
Yeah.
I know you all want us to get back together,
Mhm.
but he has a thing for older women, I think,
Really?
because he was caught canoodling with Kate Beckinsale.
Oh, well, who wouldn't? You know, she's ageless. Don't worry
She's
about that.
and she's got a history of
yeah.
She likes the younger men.
Mm-hmm.
So, have you got a problem there somewhere, Gina?
No, you're
sounding pretty judgmental.
I'm protective of Jason. I just want to make sure he doesn't get. Kate's a heartbreaker, is what I'm
he
saying.
doesn't-
She goes through men quickly.
He doesn't need your help at all.
You
Not
sure?
even, not at all.
I'm just
I'm
being
sure.
protective.
I heard somebody say this today on the radio earlier before we started our show. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall during that meeting? And I thought about that saying, because people use it from time to time. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall? And I thought, no, I don't want to be a fly on any wall. I don't, that's now the idea, of course, behind that is, wouldn't you like to be inconspicuous and in the room? But yes, I would, but I don't want to be a fly.
Why don't you just wish to be invisible? How about that?
Well, then that gets into a hole.
Oh.
Yeah, do you
Being a
happen-
fly doesn't get into a hole.
Well, yeah, you got a point. Yeah.
But Carrie's right, because if you're invisible, you have to be naked in the room.
Unless it's that new Invisible Man movie, which was the whole suit. He had to put on the whole, it covered every inch of him. So.
Yeah, I'm not buying that modern Invisible Man.
No?
Okay.
No.
You're old school
I'm old
naked.
school. You got to take off all your clothes and be naked if you're real, because you put on a hat. Somebody goes, "There's a floating hat," or that's an invisible man.
Oh, now we talked about it off the air, but we forgot to mention that Sacco's.
Oh yeah, the fruit stand up in
Yeah,
Roy.
up in Roy.
Says we are excited and saddened to announce that after 75 years in business, 53 at our Roy location, Saturday, April 23rd will be our last. It's time to retire.
I used to go to the one. They had one on Washington Boulevard too for a long time in Ogden, and I used to go to that one a lot. And I'd go even when I lived in Salt Lake. Anytime I was in Ogden, I'd go there.
But they've got one of the best signs. They're not going to
Well,
take the sign down, are they?
When KJQ was top 40, we used to do ads for them.
Yeah.
And Tom Greenlee would voice them. And I remember he had that great tagline, Sacco's Produce, under the big banana in the sky.
It's a big, it's a neon banana sign. Can't get rid of that.
It's not neon.
Doesn't it light up at night?
It might light up, but it's not neon. It's just a big banana with a light on it, isn't it?
No. It's the Sacco's lights up in
The words.
Oh,
Not the
okay.
shape of the banana, but the words.
Oh, okay.
So Dominic and Candy Sacco.
That's really too. And they grew a lot of all of their own stuff.
I don't recognize Roy anymore. And if this goes away, I will drive right past it and not know that I have missed it. I'm not kidding.
No,
when
the
you're on
Burger
the
Bar.
freeway,
Burger Bar is still there.
but when you're on the freeway, you can see the Sacco sign
Yeah.
from the freeway, and you know, okay, it's my next exit.
Well,
If they
Skinny
take
Al's
that down,
Skinny Al's is still in Sunset, so you can see Skinny Al's and then go, okay, I better get ready.
it's coming up.
It's coming here somewhere, I know. But you mean to tell me Lou Monaco's is gone?
That's been gone for a long time.
Gone.
I know. Blow us a kiss.
Yep. All right. I think we're good. I think we've covered everything, really.
You bet.
Certainly to our satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Carrie thinks there's too many wieners.
Too many wieners.
Oh, I didn't need to hear that again.